Yum. You get what you fucking deserve. Good evening.
What's up?
Not a heck of a lot. I saw Ant-Man this morning, and I had to get up really early to go see it, so when I got home, I took a nap that probably went a little too long, but whatever.
So how'd that go?
I liked it a little more than I thought I would.
Cool.
It's not great or anything, but I wonder if they're aware of the unfortunate implications of having a black character named Kang, but
Did you say Kang like the alien from The Simpsons?
yeah, Kang.
I wonder if he has a brother named Kodos.
Okay, so I figure we can complete the mini golf course and then probably do the steam locomotive because I am not going to bed anytime soon. I will tell you that right now.
No, not the steam locomotive. Before you start doing anything, go back to the main menu. The
Okay,
main menu.
right. Okay, I'm there.
So I'll boot up the game myself so that I can walk you through where you need to go for the thing. So give me a minute.
I see. I see the Tomb Raider thing. Okay, I didn't see this before somehow. I missed it. Because I think in the comic books, Kang has blue skin. So in this movie, they made him black, but his name is still Kang. Hey, Austin.
You know, there's the famous saying to figure out who rules over you, find out who you are not allowed to criticize.
Yeah.
And James O'Keefe, quote unquote, resigned from Project Veritas today.
Yeah, I saw that.
And there's been a shitload of leaks coming out from people inside the company who are saying this was a firing. That resignation is just corporate bullshit speak. This was a firing.
Mhm.
So the last major, like big time project that Project Veritas did, which they very recently released and then started this whole hullabaloo over James O'Keefe, was a humongous report on Pfizer. I don't know if you saw the footage, but that one was pretty damning.
Yeah, I saw that. I
Uh,
know which one you're talking about.
yeah. So the minute that he shined his amazing investigative journalistic light on that shit and did actual real journalism, his career is ruined and Project Veritas is now compromised. That's fantastic.
Okay, so do you want to? You're saying you want to do the Tomb Raider thing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Croft Manor. I guess it's just the one map. Okay.
No. Because you go to Tomb Raider
Yeah, I'm in there
and you
right now.
go to you on the start.
Yeah.
When you're looking at that, it's like the career menu. You gotta incrementally get through it. That's what's there at first.
Okay.
To complete that, then there's others.
All right. Sure, why not?
Because that was one of the things with the DLC. They said that they added like 6 or 7 new maps. So anyway, if you wanted to finish the golf course first, we could. I was just
Oh,
saying, once we do, no more of those weird
oh,
special things. Just move on now.
okay. I see what you're saying. Well, let's go ahead and do the Croft Manor first, then.
All right.
You should be able to enter anytime now.
Mm-hmm. All right. So what the hell am I using?
Ooh, I can use the triple nozzle. Let's go. Oh, yes.
It's a fucking laser. Oh, this is fantastic. Because they're not fucking they're not separated. It actually creates a combined stream together,
Basically.
which means that this is basically the best nozzle in the game now because this has the power of the turbo nozzles
Hmm.
with the maximum pressure, but it has the spread of the whatever the yellow one is.
Yeah.
What the yellow's
It's
name is.
basically God mode.
Fifth, yeah, 15-degree nozzle. There you go.
Hmm.
Yeah, you're right. This is fucking this aces.
Very nice.
Just instantly cleans everything that it touches. Unlimited power.
Yeah, Chris, this is well, this is not the biggest map we've ever done, but it's a pretty big map. I've done bigger.
The biggest map is without a doubt the pyramid thingy.
Yeah.
Second biggest, I think, was the subway.
Subway was big. That tree house area was big. The firehouse is pretty big too. And because I think they changed the game so you don't have to get 100% of all the dirt, this actually works great because even if you miss a little bit in the margins, it's fine.
Yeah, that shit was so exhausting having to find the last little fucking sprinkle of the shit.
Hmm.
Ugh. Realistic though, because if you actually own a power wash company, they will not pay you if they find even a speck of dust when you finish. That has to be without a doubt the worst part of owning your own business is when you're selling a service and then you have people who are trying to fuck you like really, really hard when it comes to billing.
Yeah. My dad runs into that sometimes, but most of the time, no. I mean, if that did happen, it would be really easy for him to just send his guys back to the place and, like, rip everything up. So it doesn't happen often.
It'd be really easy for him to just send some guys over and fucking ring the doorbell. Who is it? Goons. What? Hired goons.
I mean, my dad's top employee used to do, like, cage match fighting. You know, the, what do they call it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
UFC, MMA stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wasn't very good, but he did do it.
Look, you don't have to be fucking top in the world if you literally engage in competitive combat anything. That's still impressive, especially compared to the average person. Especially nowadays, that look, the average person has never even been in a fight. You know, and then here comes a guy, he doesn't need to be the fucking heavyweight champion of the world. You know, if he was just on like some amateur circuit, but he legit had, like, he was on the card and actually has a fucking professional record, that's still fucking impressive.
Oh, anyway, how was your day off?
Like,
Oh, okay, go ahead.
oh, it was
Finish the
awful.
thought.
There's one guy who's a regular at our store. When he comes in, he's an amateur MMA guy. He's, not UFC, you know, but still literally on cards, part of fucking professional fights. There's still professional level fights. He gets paid to fight, and he ended up having to take like a couple of months off because he broke his hand bashing some dude's fucking skull in a fucking cage match. Like he was on top of him and just fucking pounding his fucking face in, and he broke his hand. He broke his fucking hand.
Desynth, no, I never went to high school. I never did a day of high school. So, no. I played a lot of basketball growing up at the local gym when I was in, not high school age, middle school age, but never did high school sports because I never went to high school.
Lucky, you really are.
Hmm.
Every day of my life that goes by, I sit there and think, fuck me, I wish I never went to that hellhole place. Awful, and it serves no purpose.
There was one point in my life when I wasn't doing so good at university where I was scared because I was like, I actually have no documentation that I was ever educated on any level because I don't have a high school diploma because I never went to high school and I didn't get the associate's degree at community college. So all I'm going to have is my bachelor's degree and I need to actually get that. I was like, wow.
Oh, okay, I could understand why you would have been panicking because that was a long time ago, but I'm sure you've known by now that even without having completed the degree, you'd still be able to produce some unofficial transcripts of classes you've actually competed in college. So you could be like, well, I haven't finished my degree, but here's my.
Yeah. Nowadays, I know, I mean, especially once you get the first job in the industry, your grades don't matter at all. Like after that first job I got, I don't think any of my other interviews asked about my college grades at all. It didn't matter.
You're right. I think I'm gonna start like applying to jobs that even might be paying me less than I'm making right now, just so that I could sit there and say whatever, I fucking have industry experience.
I thought you were making minimum wage. How could a job possibly be paying you less?
Well, if I get a remote job and it's in a different state that is a much lower minimum wage than California,
Ah,
I'd be getting paid less.
but
It's
you
legal
wouldn't
to
have to
them,
travel as
but like,
much.
right. So like, there was a job that I felt like reasonably qualified for, data entry somewhere in Indiana.
Hmm.
It was offering like 1350, and I was like, well, that's a pretty hefty fucking pay loss because I'm making 1575 right now. But at least I'd be able to, have that, and now I have something on my resume that's industry related.
Well, it also depends on the nature of the work you're doing. Because let's say it's a job that only cares about your deliverables. You can finish early, not work a full 40-hour week, still get paid for the 40-hour week, and then use the extra time to maybe DoorDash more or something like that. Like that's always possible.
Yeah. Um, I'm starting to think maybe because oh wow, I just backed off and I saw how big this fucking map actually is. How are we supposed to get up to the topmost levels? Because the little fucking things that they give us, they don't reach that high.
There's a scaffolding over here.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. The scaffolding
Oh,
doesn't reach that high. Look, you're looking at me, right?
yeah.
And follow my trails of water. Now, we could probably on the top floor still be able to clean that with like the longest extensions and shit, so it'd theoretically be possible, but like that'd be fucking tough still.
Yeah,
Um,
doable though.
and it doesn't matter. I'll be back in a second. Give me a drink.
I think North Carolina, I think it's North Carolina has a $9 minimum wage, and I know that because Wings of Redemption always says any job that I get that isn't streaming Call of Duty would be a minimum wage job. When he justifies why he'd rather stream for hours and hours and hours making barely any money, he says like, well, it's still more than I would be making at minimum wage in the state that I live in. So, I think it's $9 in North Carolina.
Well, federal minimum wage is still $7.25, which is considerably less than half of California minimum wage. So,
Yeah, I think I think you also have to look at things in terms of opportunity cost. If you got a remote job that paid you $2 an hour less than your current job, what could you do with the extra time now afforded to you because you're working that job?
uh,
That's a valuable way to look at it.
yes, you're right. However, at a cursory glance, there's not a ton I'd be able to do with that extra time in terms of creating more money for myself.
I mean, everything's relative, right? It depends on how much stuff costs where you live.
Oh, everything's hella expensive.
Hmm.
It's all a moot point anyway. I can't be talking about, well, I shouldn't be getting paid less than whatever, if I can't even find a fucking job that'd hire me in the first place. Who cares what the fuck they're paying me? If I can't get hired, gotta crawl before you can walk.
All you need is one. Man, the triple nozzle cleaner is awesome. I love it. I think the dream is to get a remote job in a state like California or Washington that will pay you a lot and then move to the Philippines.
Yeah, I was about to say, get a high-paying remote job in some American state that gives you a ton of money for doing it. Because, like, California especially, I remember the days when I was in the electricians union. everyone wanted to, excuse me, everyone wanted to get paid the way that the San Francisco local pays people. Um, Obviously, that sucks because if you're actually a member of the San Francisco local, it doesn't matter that their journeymen are getting paid $60 an hour because you're either commuting through some of the worst traffic in the country and therefore the world in order to be getting there, or you have to actually fucking live there, which is even worse and makes it so that that money's not really impressive. But what's really funny is that a lot of the guys who actually live and work in the San Francisco local would be constantly complaining because they had by far the most amount of traveling workers in the country. People who did live in, Arkansas or Tennessee or something, and they were traveling to that San Francisco local because they had a job, and they were all like, "I get paid $60 an hour, work here, rack up as much overtime as I can, work this job for like 2 months, then go home, and I've made more money in that 2 months working that job than I would have made working for a year back home." So then any amount of work that they're able to do where they actually live is just cherry on top.
Hmm.
So like mentally, I kind of think of it as being the same thing. It's all like, you'd want to find a great, amazing job is really good and then live somewhere else. So some companies are trying to get around that by being like you have to live within, whatever, but like you never have to travel there. They just want to make sure that you do. So it's like, well, fucking lie to them because it's not any of their business where you actually live. That's between you and the IRS when you file your return, not your employer. Then just fucking use a VPN.
Yeah.
Lamau.
I actually almost got a job in Utah once where I would have had to fly to Utah no, 4 times a year. And I was like, yeah, I'll do that. I mean, I would have been willing to do that. The amount of money they were paying definitely made that worth it. And they would have expensed it, of course. So it was like, that's no problem. But I couldn't really do what they wanted me to do. I didn't have enough experience to do what they needed, so didn't happen. But conversation was fun. I think we would have gotten fourth overall if Houston didn't do that. I think you are correct.
If Houston didn't do a
Hit a 4th and 20 Hail Mary on the last play of a game. This was a couple months ago. This is old news, but
oh.
people like to
I was
revisit
like,
stuff
what the hell
sometimes.
are you talking about? The XFL game or some shit?
No.
What the hell does it matter? Look, you're Alex had the fifth pick, right?
Yeah, they have the 5th pick now. A
That only
season.
means that four fucking players get taken before you get the chance to get anybody that you want. You're still gonna have generational level fucking franchise defining talent available.
Mhm,
And not only that, it's people can say whatever the hell they want, but at least one of those picks is gonna be some quarterback bust. So don't worry. Like,
mhm.
don't cry over fucking spilled milk.
We made the playoffs and got a top 5 pick. That hasn't happened in 20 years in the NFL.
Exactly. So like, calm the fuck down. Things could be a lot worse. You could be Dolphins fans.
Yeah, who have a future Hall of Fame quarterback who's going to get murdered by his coach.
Exactly. Be back in a second.
Uh, It's like they say, life can always be better, but life can always be worse too.
Yeah. Keep that shit in mind. Things could always get a lot worse.
Hmm.
You've got no fucking idea. Things could get a lot worse really fast.
Yeah, like you could live in East Palestine and have poisoned water.
Well, that, but I mean, even just as a sports fan, I forget which franchise it was. I think it was the Steelers, but somebody had that guy that they drafted, a new quarterback, then he died tragically in some accident.
Oh, Washington drafted him, and then he
Yeah.
went to Pittsburgh because he wasn't working out in Washington, and then yeah, he died.
Oh, yeah, things could be a hell of a lot worse. That your fucking franchise could have a horrible tragedy like that happen. Um, or any of the other number of other tragedies that have occurred in sports, like Jovan Belcher, Sean Taylor, Jose Fernandez, just as some
Ray
examples.
Caruth. That's a little
Yeah,
different, but
the-
it's tragic to the fan who had to root for
yeah,
somebody like that.
yeah. The point is, things could get a lot worse. Imagine if Geno Smith, something really bad involving him happened. You'd be like, well, goddamn, this makes getting the fifth pick instead of the fourth pick look a lot different. It's like I no longer care about that. That's come on.
Right. But yeah, yesterday I couldn't help but laugh when it said that the first choice to play Dumbledore was Alec Guinness. And I was just thinking how much he would have hated it. But he would have said yes because of all the money. Like, you want to talk about getting typecast as the elderly mentor? My God.
Yeah, serious.
It's always interesting to see like a deeply respected actor kind of slumming it, and I just wonder what goes through their mind. Like when you see Michael Caine in that Jaws sequel. What was it called? Jaws the Revenge?
I think
Yeah.
that was one of the rare times in history where someone won a Razzie and an Oscar in the same year.
Phenomenal. Yeah, I beat RDR2 several years ago. It was a fantastic game. I liked it a lot. I streamed it on Twitch, but this was on my old Twitch channel, and the only people who watched me play it were like Santi and Snacks.
I'm glad I was there for that though. That was God damn it, Arthur. Uh the memes are lovely.
Because I kind of remember you doing that when we played A Way Out. You kept trying to find ways to basically like
Yes.
trigger these creative game overs. Like you just suddenly stand up when you're hiding in the laundry bin.
Yeah. That shit was fantastic. I loved doing that. That's like that for me that's most of the fun in story driven games is to see if the developers have something that they set up where you can actually fuck things up, but then there's like a reference to it instead of just like a quick game over. There's like, what the hell are you doing? And like, it's even better if you actually get to keep going after that. Like, imagine if I just stood up in the middle of a fucking laundry basket and then we have to get in a fist fight with like 18 guards, and it's almost guaranteed that you lose. But if you somehow manage to win, then you just advance the story. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
And
Uh,
much the same way with Red Dead, when you would just all doing that, it pisses everyone off because you just let them all know where you are. But then the stealth section stops and the firefight starts because the firefight was going to start no matter what. So they're just like that's just an opportunity for you to fuck everything up, and I love that.
There was an RPG on the Game Boy Advance back in the day called a Golden Sun, where there was a super early boss fight when you were like level 7 and the boss was like level 90 and you were supposed to lose. It was part of the story to lose, but it was theoretically possible to level up really, really high in the first area and beat the boss. And if you did it, your characters would start celebrating and they would accidentally knock each other out while celebrating, and then the game would proceed like normal. Desynth, no, we have not done It Takes Two yet, but we are planning on doing it probably next month. We are actually planning on It Takes Two. That's something I'm kind of excited about because it's the same devs as uh A Way Out. Oh yeah, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Sekiro, yeah.
Don't be on the attack with lies and fire.
Don't
Remember
piss
to
on the
be
electric
always
fence.
and back, your brothers of the north, who are sharing the old father's love, watching down with the guardians, guardians of Asgard. Fucking thing clean yet? Goddamn. Fucking die! Indeed. And on earth sun beyond guardian.
I didn't watch the halftime Super Bowl very much, but it seemed pretty lame. Like she was pregnant, so she couldn't even dance. All she did was stand there and lip sync. Because you know it's not her actually singing, of course. I saw it a little bit 12 Minutes of Your Life. And honestly, I think we're kind of at the point where anybody they get for the Super Bowl halftime show would not be somebody that I have much interest in.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, look, I'm fully prepared to have multiple people call me a boomer with bad opinions for this shit, but I don't even care. Um, One of the best things that ever happened to the Super Bowl halftime show was the wardrobe malfunction because the NFL panicked so hard that they went with the most non offensive acts that they could think of for several years after that, and it created some of the greatest halftime performances that we've ever seen. If I remember correctly, the first one right after that was Paul McCartney,
Correct.
and that was fantastic. And then I forget which, but also in the immediate aftermath, they did Prince and his Purple Rain performance during the halftime show. That was an all timer. I loved having the opportunity to watch The Who perform live. We never would have had those if it hadn't have been for the wardrobe malfunction because they just pick whoever the most popular pop singer of that era is to do the fucking shit. I don't know if Justin Bieber ever did a halftime show, but if it hadn't have been for the wardrobe malfunction, he definitely would have, without question.
The only question is this: when are they going to get Kanye to do a halftime show?
Now, never.
Well, the funny thing was, one of Rihanna's most popular songs has Kanye on it, and she performed it at the Super Bowl. So when she started it, I was like, wait a minute, is Kanye going to come out here? And of course he didn't, but it made me laugh for a minute because I was like, uh-oh.
That would be one of the finest fucking. That'd be like some pro wrestling level fucking surprise entrances. Can it be? It is! That's Kanye's music! Well, I ain't saying she a gold digger.
Like, I mean, I don't really like rap for the most part. I will say when I listen to like a Kanye song, I can kind of see the objective talent. I can understand it. And sometimes I can even appreciate it a little bit, but it's not really for me. I see why he's supposedly talented. It's just I don't really care for it that much.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. What'd you say?
No, I just said I don't really like rap that much, but when I listen to like something by like Kanye West, I kind of understand the talent. I understand why he's considered to be as good as he is or was, I guess. I it's just not
Yes.
really for me for the most part.
I completely understand that. If you want to see absolute excellence in terms of what you're talking about, because like me, I don't like rap too much either. However, there are four artists who I have no problem listening to any one of their songs if for any reason it comes up. And it's because of how extraordinarily talented they are that it transcends the ability to enjoy a genre. That'd be Tupac, Biggie, the Wu-Tang Clan, and DMX. They're just on another level.
Hmm.
It's kind of nuts.
I'll just
That
forever
was
associate Biggie with the Moon Man song because it uses the hypnotize beat.
right. Um, and let me tell you, that was one of the first times in my life I ever felt like I was really I'm an old man now and it's never coming back. You know, like the Grandpa Simpson. I used to be with it, and then what I was with wasn't it anymore. It'll happen to you too. When I was talking to some young kids, they were like fucking they were saying they were talking about rap and all this, and then they turn to me and they say, "Mister, who do you like?" And I was like, "Oh, I like the Wu Tang Clan." They're like, "Damn, that's old school." I was like, "What? Old school? What?"
The only thing I really know about the Wu-Tang Clan is the Chappelle skit where they were like financial advisors or whatever.
I
Wu-
remember the racial draft. Wu Tang's one of Dave Chappelle's favorite group of performance, so they definitely they've been used a lot.
I think there was this, it was like a thing, it was like a bit where they opened like a financial advice institution or something. I can't remember it too well.
I remember the racial draft was one of my favorite Wu-Tang moments. Old Dirty Dirt McGirt has changed his name from the Old Dirty Bastard to the Old Dirty Chinese Restaurant. Dang. There we go. Wu-Tang Financial featuring residuals. Fantastic. Oh yeah. Well, I can't say this one, but yeah.
I've seen a little bit of anime desynth. I don't watch a lot of anime, but I've watched a little bit. Yeah, I'm a little familiar with anime. I haven't done like Dragon Ball Z or Naruto. They're too fucking long. Like, I don't have enough time to watch something like that. Like, if I'm gonna watch something, it's gonna be like Evangelion or Cowboy Bebop because those are short. You can watch it in like a weekend.
All right. Yeah, DM'd you a clip from the Wu-Tang Financial. I think you'd like it.
Oh yeah, I remember that bit. Yeah, there we go.
Fantastic. Mm.
I've known people who have watched like 700 plus anime series in their lives. Like some people really just don't have anything else to do. It's actually not as uncommon as I think you would think. Almost done with the petty stall. Dish stall. All right, guys, I'll be right back. See you in a minute. All right. Nash Pal Blake.
LeBron is a bottom.
Braun is the moat. Hell is this thing? Like a deformed whale? Looks like a whale with
What the hell are you
wings.
talking about?
No, the statue I'm cleaning. I just realized I don't know what the hell it is. It's out front. Like, look at this thing. It's a fish with wings.
It's a Dratini.
I mean, it's closer to that than anything else I can think of, honestly.
Okay, man.
The guy comes out of the thing.
And you would you right. I just don't think 6 million's a reasonable number, Mr. Cosby.
Snape kills, dum da dum dum Dumbledore, dum da dum dum Dumbledore. No, you bitch. God, those were great days. YTMND just remixing everything into stupid, stupid memes that were hilarious, nevertheless.
Yes. My favorite was Foot Doctor. That was a good one.
NEDM.
The classic.
Internet's a big tube.
Series of tubes.
I think my favorite will always be Office Space Stapler in terms of YTMND. That was such an iconic meme. So apparently, Atomic Heart features casual jokes about sexual assault,
Based.
cutscenes overflowing with ass shots, and 10 minutes of exposition that makes absolutely sure that you are aware that ballerina robots in the game are canonically sex slaves.
Ah, magnificent.
So I will be playing this game, I think, is what I'm
Yes,
trying to say
evidently.
here.
That seems to be the reason you said it's getting good but not great reviews. Well, that'd probably be why. Is that they're like, well, we can't deny it's a good game because it plays amazing, but it's problematic. And it's not like, oh, it sounds like Game of the Year to me.
I wonder how many years away we are from actually being able to make robots sex slaves that actually like work effectively. And how screwed are our birth rates as a society when it happens?
I'll just never be able to forget Patrice O'Neill. He's like, well, ladies, what if you ever lost your pussy in a tragic train accident or something? You no longer have a vagina at all. How do you keep your man? It's like, hey, you could shout it out, do whatever you want, and then girls start saying, asshole, suck his dick. Like, okay, so nobody said tell better stories, learn to play Xbox, bring in a side bitch that's got a working pussy. No, instead you just defined yourself as a series of holes. But I'm supposed to respect you when you don't even respect yourself. And that's the shit I think of when you're talking about the birth rates going down like that, because it's all like, instead of thinking, well, there's lots of things I could offer that a robot can't. Instead, they're just like, God damn it, automation took another job.
I may have talked about this before, but earlier this year or late last year, I can't remember which, in Texas, there was a McDonald's that opened that is fully 100% automated. I haven't heard anything about it yet, which indicates to me probably everything's still going okay. Like nothing's like they haven't gone rogue and tried to kill the customers yet, so that's a concern for some people, I would say. Yeah, Snacks, I know you once said that you had no interest in ever having sex with a robot, but come on. If the technology advanced far enough, you'd probably at least be curious. All right. Oh yeah, this actually reminds me, Snacks.
So,
No, you don't have to do this right now because it's obviously relatively time consuming. But I thought this was kind of fun.
I like where it's going already.
Yeah, I took it and I got Putin.
This is a villain test.
Hmm. Santi took it and got Saddam Hussein.
Bet you know who I'm hoping I get. You guessed it, Frank Stallone. No, actually getting OJ would be pretty funny. I wonder if he's on this test. If you ended up actually going to prison, would you get AIDS from a transvestite? If you
Oh,
answered
fuck.
yes, you'd be OJ Simpson.
Who would you least want to be of all like the famous murderous villains in history?
Probably Saddam, or it doesn't have to be him literally, but any one of them who'd be in the Middle East, because I just wouldn't want to live there.
Hmm.
It'd be pretty base to actually be Saddam, but if he was in another country, it'd be way better. Iraq sucks. Saddam's son Uday was like one of the worst human beings to ever live, dude. He was an absolute fucking psycho.
Like he was worse than like Idi Amin.
But he was fucking awful. You should fucking read into some of the shit that he did. Like, uh, I was gonna tell a story, but I obviously can't, because I started thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, I can't fucking say that
Okay.
shit on stream.
We'll talk about it
Yeah,
later.
yeah.
I wanted to get Jim Jones. That would have been funny. How about some Southeast Asian country like Pol Pot? I don't know that much about Pol Pot.
Southeast Asia's a little bit better. The women are more attractive. The food's better. The climate's more enjoyable. Plus, you're a lot closer to the water. I just, having spent most of my life in the desert, I don't want to be in the desert. So if I could be in Iraq, but then like chill next to the fucking Tigris and Euphrates, that'd be a completely different story. That's honestly that's probably the reason why Saddam wanted to conquer Kuwait is because he just wanted to fucking be away from all the sand and be close to the water.
So Saddam was like Anakin Skywalker, is what you're saying.
That's exactly correct. In fact, Anakin, the reason he actually force choked Padme is because he heard she went to the beach. He said, "I'm sorry, you walked on the what?"
Ah.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
I think the interesting point of the test is less, the circumstances of the person. It's more the character of the person. Like, given that, like, I don't think I'd want. I think the worst person you could be is probably like Jim Jones because he was actually like a proud communist. I think that's probably bottom of the barrel.
Yes. And in that sense, like, you'd have to have a lot of respect for somebody like Saddam because while he was a murderous psychopath who committed very many heinous crimes against humanity, he was also trying to unite his people, like, have them be living in a strong and independent nation that was free from outside foreign interference and influence. And trying to usher them into a new era of prosperity and out of the age of the domination of Islamic superstition.
Like, how did you feel when we held Saddam Hussein on trial and executed him? Like, did you feel like that was weird because of the
See,
nature?
at the time, I was very young and very unaware and very uninvolved in politics and all that. I just listened to what the news said that he was a bad guy. So I said, good, hang him high. As time went on and I started to learn more about the circumstances of the situation, all this, I was like, why the fuck did we even do that?
Hmm.
He didn't do anything to us. Like, I mean, Obviously, the weapons of mass destruction didn't exist. And what's more is that Colin Powell and others in the Bush administration knew that they didn't exist and fucking lied about it, falsifying the evidence to justify the invasion. That was the most important thing. Look, the United States knows better than anybody about falsifying evidence and just bullshitting people in order to justify an invasion. That's why it was hilarious to me when they immediately called bullshit on Putin's justification for the invasion of Ukraine, because Russia, and probably Putin at the time actually, was saying the exact same things about our justification for the invasion of Iraq.
Hmm.
So, like, look, he's gonna fucking do it anyway. No, the major difference being, I don't think that the Russians sent the Iraqis fucking aid. Certainly not to this level. Um, but Saddam was trained by the United States. And he was trained by the United States because at the time that he was being trained, it looked like Iran, given that they at the time shared a border with the Soviet Union, that Iran was going to be buddy-buddy with the Soviet Union. The West, specifically the United States, was worried about Iran falling to communism, so they wanted a strong ally in the region. Does that sound familiar? A strong ally in the region to hold Soviet intentions in check and to stop the potential spread of communism. Essentially, the same containment strategy that mildly worked in Southeast Asia. So they trained Saddam so that he would be able to go back to Iraq and create a military dictatorship government, take control of the country, and then use Iraq as a puppet state to fight the Iran-Iraq war and to check Iranian uh, expansion in the region and possible communist expansion in the region. Midway through the war, Saddam, wanting to win, started buying weapons from the Russians. And the Iranians, also wanting to win, started buying weapons from the Americans. And it, funnily enough, caused both the Soviets and the United States to switch which countries that they were actually supporting. So suddenly Saddam became the bad guy, and Iran became the good guy. Because once Saddam became the bad guy, now Iran, being the country that was fighting him, was, well, I know we said a bunch of shit about them possibly being really bad earlier, but right now they're fighting this guy that we really don't like, which means that they are heroes of the day. Sound familiar? So the only thing Saddam wanted was a strong Iraq that was free from outside interference and influence. He wanted to make sure that they were safe from potential invasion from other nations, which had much longer histories than the idea of an Iraqi state. He wanted peace and stability in the region, and he wanted Iraq to be as strong as possible. And in his efforts to do that, he realized, well, I'm going to be running afoul of all these different Western countries constantly because they're constantly trying to interfere in the region. And it ended up leading to his doom, the measures that he took to try to stop that whole thing. But for a while, it seemed like it was going pretty good. It was just once the bloodlust of 9/11 kicked in, pretty much that entire decade was just about settling scores. Um, that's kind of what the Arab Spring was, too. It was kind of like killing off a lot of these different governments, having them descend in chaos and all this kind of shit. The fucking Libya thing, Gaddafi thing, the Temple he did in Syria. They practically started World War III over that. And why? Just fucking let them live in peace. The same shit that they're saying about, well, why does Putin need to invade Ukraine? Just let those people live in peace. What's wrong with letting them genocide anyone who's ethnically Russian? And yet, it was very, very extremely wrong for Saddam to be genociding people who were ethnically Kurdish. So we needed to get involved in toppling Saddam, but Zelensky's okay. None of this shit makes any sense to me. Anyway, moral of the story is as time has gone on, Saddam doesn't seem to be like he was a bad thing for the region, especially considering what happened in the immediate aftermath of the power vacuum. Uh, Used to be ISIS. Really wish you had a strong central authoritarian figure like that in that area right now to stop the various fucking catastrophes from constantly getting worse. But what the fuck, man? Because like Saddam himself wasn't even that bad. The most of the war crimes and crimes against humanity and the awful shit that people talk about when it comes to how bad Saddam's government was from his kids. That's why I said Uday was a fucking psycho.
Okay, so somebody in chat got Putin, another person got Saddam Hussein. So I got Putin, Santi got Saddam. So it seems like we're all pretty like-minded around here. I kind of wanted to get Pinochet. I have to admit that would have made my day. And all you want is freedom, but they make it impossible. What were even the charges that got Saddam Hussein executed? What did he actually officially get charged with now that I think about it?
Being a meanie. Alright, I DM'd you some stuff regarding his heinous crimes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, goddamn, dude. That's based. No, there was I forget the guy's exact name because I'm not a Russian, so I wouldn't even be able to pronounce it anyway. But there was a high up member of Stalin's government that he thankfully he died shortly after World War II and before Stalin had even died himself.
Mm-hmm.
So they were able to disavow him and wipe him from the histories and all this kind of shit because he was influential enough and he had blackmail material enough to where nobody really wanted to deal with the guy. But basically, what he did is he used his position as that high up member of the government to do exactly the kind of stuff that I said Uday just did in the DMs
Yeah.
right there. And he was so well known of being like this disgusting pervert and sex crazed maniac that Stalin, who had a daughter, literally forbid his daughter from attending state functions because he knew the guy would be there and because he knew that he, fucking Joseph Stalin, didn't have the power to stop that guy from going after his daughter. Like, that is fucked.
Mm-hmm. At that point, why don't you just have him killed?
Exactly. But they're like, oh, well, then, he'll all the stuff will come out, that the blackmail material he's got. And it's like, really? Dude, the guy's fucking using your daughter's leverage? What the hell? How could you allow that to happen?
What could he possibly blackmail you with? You have the one of the most powerful cult of personalities ever.
Exactly. But, we don't know, and that shit's never going to come out. That those records are sealed for a very long time. The successor to the KGB is not exactly about to allow that stuff to come out. Basically, the Russian equivalent of the JFK files.
Do you think Stalin was worse than Lenin?
Oh, very much so.
Mm-hmm.
Because Lenin was a warmongering cunt. However, he didn't intentionally genocide his own people. Stalin did. Plus, Lenin, while being a warmongering cunt, failed miserably in a lot of his attempts at actually expanding the the glorious revolution worldwide, uh, which is hilarious. Not a lot of folks know this because this is a part of history that, for whatever reason, doesn't really get touched on in the process of teaching people. But shortly after the end of World War One, and after the end of the Russian Civil War, when the Soviets had taken control and reformed the Russian state into the USSR, there was a Soviet-Polish war in the 1920s. And what they were trying to do, they were essentially trying to just conquer Poland and bring it back into what was the former uh, Russian Tsarist borders, the Russian imperial borders, and then they'll carve them up in a different such and such because there was in the Soviet Union there were lots of different countries made up of it, but it was one federal state. In much the same way that the United States is one federal state, but it's made up of California, Washington, Texas, Oregon, New York, Florida, all this other shit. So you had the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic was there, along with the Russian Soviet Socialist Republic and many other different groups, but they were just their own different entities within that same federal state. And the same would have been done with the what would have become the Polish Soviet Republic, uh, but it would have just been they'd have just taken the land that they lost in World War One back. Poland kicked their asses badly. It was hilarious. So that's wonderful. So I'm glad that Lennon did that so that we could have something to laugh about. But whole holodomers from him. So I think I'm going too far to the side on this one. Kind of surprised here. Like, let me put this down. Like, take a step back for a second. Like, way back. Like, go to the front gate, like where I am,
Coming.
and just look at the fucking thing. Look
Mm-hmm.
at it. We're 60% of the way done. That does not look like we're 60% of the
Well,
way
remember
done.
the fountain was big. This whole thing here was dirty.
Now that's fair too, but still, that is so much of the house. Like I feel
Mm-hmm.
like we're 1/3 of the way done, and it's saying we're 3/5 there. That's kind of nuts to me. All right, here, this will be a scaffolding for you to use, and then I'll grab the other one. So you're gonna do that far left hand side, okay? I started on that originally, and I was like, I'm getting pretty far away from this. This feels like I should be going back over there, and then I saw you over there, so
Mm-hmm.
I'll let you focus on that. So I've reached an interesting point. I kind of don't care about being sober anymore, and I feel like if I wanted to, I would just go drink and like not even feel bad about it. But like I don't want to, because alcohol taxes got raised at the beginning of the year so much, like I literally couldn't even afford to get drunk anymore.
Yeah, whenever they need to raise taxes on something and they need to find something that nobody will feel bad about anyone for, it's always cigarettes and alcohol, ain't it?
And that's the thing, is that all it's doing is it's convincing more and more people to stop doing those things. But when that happens, what they do is they just raise the taxes more because they don't see it as being anything other than revenue. So like, crap, we need to make up for that lost revenue. And then they raise the taxes again, then more people stop doing it.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Price is one of many reasons that I'm happy I never really got into that stuff. Like alcohol's expensive, smoking's expensive.
Things could get a lot worse.
Like today on the way back home from the movie, we stopped at my dad's marijuana dispensary and picked some stuff up. And my dad gets a really good deal, but it's still like what was it, like several $100s for an ounce. And I know an ounce is a lot because marijuana is so light, but it's still like that's hundreds of dollars that you're spending every month on marijuana. I'm just glad I don't have to deal with that because I don't mess around with that.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I was having this conversation the other day with one of the regular store. He was bitching about cashback. Because I and my other coworker, we were of the opinion that just use a fucking ATM, just go to the bank, Jesus Christ. And he's like, well, what if you're on your way to the dispensary and you don't have a lot of time before they close, but it's like a cash-only business? I'm like, dude, why wouldn't they use a card? It's like he's explaining this whole thing. It's like a very intricate process of like they don't like using ATM stuff and blah blah blah, and then they have all these sorts of different extra fees coming in because they're trying to discourage people from paying with bank cards and all this because they just want to be a cash business because it's easier for them or whatever. I'm sitting here and I'm like, yeah, it makes you pine for the days when you just met some strange guy in the back alley. Like,
I mean, unironically, because the weed was higher quality then, wasn't it?
there's lots of different things going on, but I'm sitting here and I'm laughing because I'm like, dude, just you could always just remember the words of Lord Vineyard. Yes.
Shit, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Could have sworn my lights just flickered and I was worried my power was going out. Maybe I'm hallucinating. No, I'm
There
not
have been
hallucinating.
there have been power surges all up and down the West Coast for the last week.
Oh boy. Okay, if I suddenly sign off, that's probably what happened because I'm pretty sure I just saw it again. I think we're okay, but
All right. Well, I'll keep that in mind. I'll know what happened because if you lose your power, what's going to happen is that it'll include your internet connection, and since this is your hosted game, I will get immediately kicked out. So I'll know that you lost your power before you did. But yeah. Yeah, it's like thunderstorm season. There's lots and lots of thunderstorms up and down the West Coast. Plus, with how shitty, especially in California, I don't know if Oregon and Washington have the same problems, but the power grid infrastructure in California is not even remotely close to being good. So all it takes is one little event, like a thunderstorm, and then suddenly, boop, everything's just fucking
Because, like, I do spend money on stuff that a lot of people would consider stupid. But I also think about how much money I'm not spending on things that almost everyone does, like alcohol, like cigarettes, like weed. Even something like coffee. Like coffee's expensive if you drink it every day. Unless you're brewing it at home, I guess.
Wonder how fast we'd be able to do the first couple of missions with the triple nozzle now.
Yeah.
Speed washing.
A buttress. Dear diary, today God looked the other way.
Dear God, today diary looked the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, we got 'em.
But yeah, if you ever get around to taking that test, it's kind of a long test. It's 45 questions. Let me know who you get.
Okay, the first time I'll do it, I'll try to be serious and straight up to see who I get. Then the second time, I'll try to get the mustache man. So I'll try to that one on purpose. Speaking of mustache man, I accidentally washed a windmill of friendship into the grime earlier, but I cleaned it up. I tell you, this new triple nozzle has a mind of its own. I think it may have been manufactured in Austria.
Everyone's favorite Austrian.
I, I was in genuine shock when I heard that shit come over the radio. I was like, wait a minute. It's like his name starts with an A. I was like, oh fuck. And he certainly changed the world forever. I was like, oh god. That's right, Amadeus Mozart. I was like, oh. Thought he was referring to Arnold Schwarzenegger.
It was the man responsible for the creation of the Autobahn.
That's right, it's Gaylord Q Tinkledink. Close one.
Guys, today we're playing this new game called Hogwarts Legacy. After reading some of my comments, I have to apologize to my viewers, and now we're going to be playing this game made by the creators of Rick and Morty. I'm very sorry for mistakes made yesterday. Today we're going to be playing Assassin's Creed.
Those classic donkey right there.
Honestly, the game is way more progressive than it should be, all things considered. Now, granted, the wizarding community might not have to deal with any kind of actual racism. Like, it's possible that wizards have always been, that could be reasonably canon. Like, the only real bigotry problems with wizards are how they treat non-humans and how they treat people without pure wizard blood. That's possible, but it's just hilarious to me they're trying to cancel a game with this much diversity in it because of somebody
Yeah.
who had nothing to do with creating the game. It's
It
amazing.
almost right. It almost feels like one of those Overton window moments, or maybe more along the lines of neo-Leninists or the real transphobes kind of moments, where it's
Yeah.
all like, wait a minute, really? Like,
Hmm.
but now I was reading on Razor's Twitter. He was talking about the cast of The Next Generation. We're talking about how bad they felt for Star Trek Insurrection
Yeah.
because the Baku didn't have any black people on their planet. So they're like, oh my god, we feel so bad for this and blah, blah, blah. But like the story of the Baku, as they proposed it in the movie, is that it was a very small group of people who ended up on that planet because they wanted to separate themselves from the society that they were a part of, and they wanted to go back to living in a more rustic, rural, days gone by kind of way. So that original group that they started with was 600 people. So like, yeah, I'm not at all surprised that they're all one ethnicity if it's fucking 600 people. Like, it's not exactly a lot of diversity that you're starting out with, and you can't suddenly add different ethnicities into the gene pool when you're all one group. Like, you don't just randomly mutate into being Asian or something. Like, it's just not how that works. So it was kind of really strange. They're like, oh, why didn't we have any black people in Star Trek Insurrection? It's like, well, for 600 people, like,
Hmm. Yeah. Have you ever seen the James Bond movie Moonraker?
yes,
The spaceship full of genetically superior people who they're taking to live on the space station.
right.
I'm surprised that hasn't gotten
Uh,
canceled yet.
I mean, we were talking about it the other day. The idea of Khan Singh and fucking Star Trek.
Mhm.
Like, wait a minute, why did Benedict Cumberbatch play him? It's like, that's a great question because Khan Singh is fucking Indian, but Ricardo Montalban was the first guy to fucking portray him. But they're
Yeah.
like, why? Oh god, the whole fucking thing is just dumb as shit. People just focus on the strangest damn things. Like,
It's not like Benedict Cumberbatch at that time was a big box office draw. It's not like he was Johnny Depp. If they cast Johnny Depp to play Khan, it would be like, oh God.
yeah, at the time, he was actually very unknown. People still
Mhm.
called him Umberto Cabbage Patch.
Basically, yeah.
Didn't know what the fuck his name was.
He was
This
only
was
known
before
in
people.
in the UK for Sherlock.
Right, it was before the people at large even knew that he was allergic to the word penguin. Have you ever seen a video of him trying to pronounce penguin?
No, I have not. I'm gonna have to check that out later. That's funny.
Yeah, for some reason he can't pronounce it right. He he pronounces it in one of three different ways anytime he says the word penguin. He either says penguin, pangwang, or pangling.
You know what word I can't pronounce? It's the
Apparently,
opposite.
no, because if you try to fucking pronounce it, I'm not gonna
Okay.
understand
It's
you.
the word that is opposite. Okay. You're gonna make some joke about this. I already know, so go ahead and do it.
Uh,
But it's the opposite of urban. I can't pronounce it.
oh, rural?
Yes, rural.
Rural.
I can't do it. Rural.
Well, it's not like you can't pronounce it. It's just a word that maybe some people would stumble over depending on their accent. The other day, I was commenting on a YouTube video, and somebody was saying something along the lines of, because it was about Frasier, and they said, Frasier and Niles both managed to adopt this crazy Ivy League accent, and their dad didn't have that same accent. But the thing is, no one in the show who grew up and spent most of their lives in the Pacific Northwest has a Seattle or Pacific Northwest accent. And I was like, what the hell does a Pacific Northwest accent sound like? I didn't even know that that was a thing.
Well, I do know that in real life, reporters, like TV reporters, will actually practice speaking in the way that people in the Pacific Northwest do because it's considered to be the most neutral American accent you can have. Like it's not like you have like the North, the what would they call that? Like the northern oh you betcha. What am I thinking of here?
That
The
that's a Midwest, but more associated with Minnesota
right.
and Wisconsin.
It's not like that. It's not like the Chicago accent. It's not like the New York accent. Like apparently the Pacific Northwest accent is actually very considered very clean.
Right, and I was looking for examples when I Googled it, and they said, well, an example of the Pacific Northwest accent is that they pronounce the word dawn, D-A-W-N, the dawn of a new day, and the name Don, D-O-N, like short for Donald,
Hmm.
they pronounce that the same way. And I was like, aren't you supposed to? Don and Don is the same thing. How do you even pronounce those differently? Then I got very confused. I'm like, who the hell pronounces them differently? What? Like, fucking Christ. I don't even know. Based off of what you said and then also what I was reading, I'm starting to think that the Pacific Northwest accent is the lack of an accent.
Kind of, yeah.
In which case, Marty did have a Pacific Northwest accent because he didn't have any kind of an accent, which goes to show John Mahoney's talent as an actor because he's actually English.
I just find that kind of amazing how many times they get like British actors to do American accents. Like John Boyega is British, but pretty much all of his roles are not as a British person.
Well, Jane Leavy's, who played Daphne in Frasier,
Hmm.
she's from, her character is from Manchester, but she is not.
Hmm.
So it's something that people who live in the UK who watch Frasier, like it grates on their nerves pretty badly, because she has supposedly where she's from, and I forget where she's from, has such a different accent compared to Manchester. It's like comparing the accent of someone from Texas to the accent of someone from Boston.
Hmm. Pretty extreme.
Yeah. So imagine if a guy with a Boston accent was playing an American in some sort of a foreign TV show, and they kept saying that he was from Texas. You'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah. It's like the guy who played Chegov in the Star Trek reboot, the guy who died. I can't remember his name. Shoot.
I was about to make a horrible joke. Is it okay if I make a horrible joke?
I guess. Go ahead.
I was about to say Squishy McTorso.
But you know who I'm talking about, right? The guy who played Chekhov.
Yes.
He was born in Leningrad, but he, for some reason, does not have any kind of Russian accent, so he fakes it for the role of Chekhov. And I think his accent sounds kind of like Count Chocula. So it's kind of funny they got someone who was actually born in Russia, but he has to do a shitty Russian accent for the role.
Well, to be fair, the guy who originally played Chekhov was ethnically German, but was from Canada.
No, really, that's interesting.
Walter Koenig.
Hmm.
Koenig is a German word. It means king.
Actually, did
And
like
it's
that guy though. The guy that got to play Chekhov. Not great movies or anything, but I thought he did. He was fun.
he might have been in more stuff, but he tragically died. Um,
Yeah,
let me tell you, being pinned between cars is definitely one of my big fears in terms of ways to die. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. It is horrible.
right.
Anyway, yeah, it's not Leningrad. It is Saint Petersburg. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Fuck communism.
I always wondered why they get so many British actors to play American roles. Just get someone with just get an American. The British guy has to spend 6 months learning how to speak in an American accent that the guy with the native American accent doesn't need to do. Like the main character in Get Out is British too, but he's doing an American accent for that movie. Hugh Laurie,
Americans ask for too much money.
maybe. I was blown away
Exactly.
when I found out that Hugh Laurie speaks with a native British accent. House.
See, I wasn't because he was part of Monty Python. Like,
Yeah, I never watched Monty Python that much. I've only seen like
well,
three of the movies.
also, if I remember correctly, he was in Blackadder. So was Mr. Bean. Sorry, I just remembered one of those Barkley Green texts. I fucking love those. All right, 91% clean.
Yeah, this one's actually going quickly. After this, we'll go finish the golf course because we're most of the way done. I'll bet it doesn't even take that long.
It's going quickly because of the fucking nozzle, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus, I'm actually focusing on doing this and not doing something else at the same time.
Hmm. I mean, honestly, this is a great game to play when you're multitasking because stuff still gets done even when you're not doing it because the other person doesn't need like co-op play to.
Right.
So it's not certainly not the end of the world.
What I'm enjoying is that the game's not constantly crashing.
Yeah,
Oh man, I wish we knew what the hell was wrong with the Lego co-op thing that keeps making that happen.
yeah. Some days it's fine, some days it's not. It's really weird. I'll bet it's a problem with Steam Remote Play more than the game itself, if I had to
Yeah,
guess.
I feel similarly. Because I've never had that game crash on me when I was playing solo play ever. I had like 20-ish hours of solo play, so
What's your opinion of Ron and Hermione as a couple? Like a
really
romantic couple?
don't really have one. Ron, like I appreciate him and his sense of loyalty, but he's also kind of like didn't really get the chance to do much as a character. So I definitely appreciate how loyal he is. It's a good quality to have, but I don't see him doing much as a character. And Hermione is fucking annoying
Yeah.
because she's literally just there to be smart. She's literally just there to get all the questions right, to the point where it becomes unbelievable whenever anyone is actually able to outperform her at anything.
Mhm.
Like Anytime Harry had the great success with Defense Against the Dark Arts stuff, and then like Hermione was lagging way the fuck behind him, and especially when in Half Blood Prince when he's using Snape's old book, and like he's doing things pretty good. And that's the thing is that even though he was using unorthodox techniques that Snape had come up with, and it was Snape's brilliance, Harry was still learning to the point where he managed to save Ron's life because he remembered something that he fucking had read in the fucking potions book.
Right.
So I'm sitting there and I'm like, well, how is it that Hermione's not able to appreciate these kinds of things, especially considering that whenever Harry manages to get something right, it's in something that Hermione, for whatever reason, is like struggling in. Defense Against the Dark Arts pretty much being the only example, but shouldn't she know by now that if Harry gets something right and she gets it wrong, and when he's just better at something than she is, she shouldn't be getting infantilely jealous over it and should actually like fucking listen to what he's saying?
I mean, you do want to give your characters flaws, but the reason why I asked, because I read the other day that J.K. Rowling has admitted that she doesn't think that Ron and Hermione would actually work in real life. She doesn't think that he would be able to satisfy her. She admits that it wouldn't really make sense, but she she described it basically as like wish fulfillment. Like she wanted it to be that way, so she made it that way, even though she can acknowledge that, yeah, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. And of course, Hermione is famously kind of a self insert for Rowling. She sees herself in Hermione. And I always thought that was kind of weird. Like, why do you self wish fulfillment your self insert character with the poor, not talented, uh, jerk off,
I
poor
can tell you
guy?
exactly why.
Hmm.
What is the thing that I mentioned that is like basically Ron's best quality?
Loyalty.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Rowling, if I remember right, when she started writing Harry Potter, she was a fucking single mother.
Correct.
And Gilderoy Lockhart was like her basically a take that at some guy that was her boyfriend in the past. May have been the dude who knocked her up, I don't know. But like the whole point is like she would want to give the self insert character the guy who's like the most loyalist throughout the entire fucking series.
Hmm.
Guy who's just blindly loyal, ride or die, always. Because she was like, I'm just so tired of having a guy run around on me. It's hilarious to me because their fucking romance started because like Hermione showing no interest in Ron at all. Finally, a woman comes along who does show interest.
Hmm.
So then Ron's like, okay, fine, I'll just go with this, go with this, go in this direction. And then Hermione just does everything she can to make him jealous.
Hmm.
It's very
Yeah.
realistic, but still extraordinarily stupid.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. It's just that whole thing where you as a writer go, yeah, I know this wouldn't work, but I couldn't bring myself to do it any other way because I wanted it to be the case. Like, yeah, when you get to that point,
It's
you need to take a step back and be like, wait a minute, what am I writing for?
it's also confusing to me in the sense of why would you say that it wouldn't work? Why? What's wrong with it?
I think she basically said, I think the general indication was he wouldn't be able to make her happy because she's so ambitious and he's really not. I think that was the
Well,
implication.
while he's not super ambitious, he still gets a hell of a lot of shit done. Like he's basically the number two or in the entire ministry behind only fucking Harry. Yeah, he basically only got the job because of Harry, but at the same time, him and Harry are a fucking duo. You know, obviously he's the silver medal there, but that doesn't say anything fucking bad about Ron.
And he also tends to be kind of emotionally insensitive, I guess. And she isn't. She's like, in the last couple books, especially, she's like constantly crying about everything. She's like always in tears.
A lot. But by that point in the book, the only woman who wasn't constantly in tears was Ginny. Like, Mrs. Weasley was constantly crying. Hermione was constantly crying. Cho was constantly crying. Um, yeah, lots of them going, Eddie. Okay, what are we missing? Are the corbels, raised floor, manor wall? Jesus Christ.
There we go. Oh, wow. We totally missed some stuff over here. How'd that happen?
Man, this would be so much easier if I knew what the fuck a corbel was. So I see a corbel table, but what's a corbel?
Manor wall. There we go. Now we just need the corbel.
What the hell is a corbel? Like, again, I see the corbel table, but I don't see corbel singular.
It's a piece of stone, wood, or metal jutting from a wall to carry a superincumbent weight, a type of bracket. So here we go. This is what it is. See this right here? This thing I'm hitting with the water? This is a corbel.
Oh,
Right. Very nice. Well done. Okay, let's knock out the golf course real quick before we move on with the Laura Croft obstacle course.
all right. You played Metal Gear Solid 5, right?
Oh, yeah. Twice.
Do you remember that one mission where you had to kill the children? So you pick one up and you yeet them into the ocean, and then Miller's
Um,
like, "Boss, you killed a child. Mission complete, and how?" That right there is why you're the best, boss.
I gotta say, I don't remember that. I do remember the mission where you fought like a child liquid snake or whatever. Was that supposed to be child liquid, that one part?
Yes, that was Liquid Snake as a child. That mission.
Oh, right, we can't use the nozzle. Oh, damn it. Oh, well. Still not going to take that long. Yeah. But yeah, part of the reason why I asked is, of course, in the Harry Potter fandom, a lot of people are really, really pissed off that Harry didn't end up with Hermione, which, I don't know. That doesn't really make that much sense to me, but whatever.
It doesn't make sense to me either, because from the moment that we meet Hermione, the entire series takes place from Harry's perspective. From the moment we meet Hermione, he never brings her up as being attractive. That again is another reason why it's funny that Hermione would be the author's self-insert, because she's described as being exceptionally plain. When she dolls herself up in the fourth book, it's like Harry and Ron are noticing that she could be attractive for the first time because she cleaned up. She put on makeup for the first time ever and then tried to do something with her hair. But like when he meets her, she's got buck teeth and her hair's fucking crazy.
Right.
So it was like she looks kind of weird.
Rowling has admitted that the reason why she agreed to have Emma Watson play her is because they spoke on the phone. Like she hadn't even seen what she looked like when she said, "Okay, sure," and then she saw what she looks like, and she was like, "Oh, she's going to be too attractive." But then she was like, "Oh well."
Thank God J.K. Rowling was the hiring director, not a man. Oh no, that I'm sorry, I'm not even gonna say the rest of that. I don't get in trouble.
Mm-hmm. I hear you though. Dude, I remember the countdowns to Emma Watson's 18th birthday, all those websites that people kept making.
Jesus, tap dancing Christ.
That was,
Yeah, they did the same thing with the what are the Olsen twins?
yeah, I
Oh god,
remember that.
she was disgusting.
I'm sure it happened with Millie Bobby Brown.
Ooh,
I think she's in Stranger Things, but she was a teen actress.
Miley Cyrus.
I'm sure it happened with her too.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. So, are you gonna start a new game at any point?
Oh shit, oh shit. Okay, go ahead and come on in. My bad. I forgot to open her up. My apologies. Well, Chris, Americans are infamously bad at geography, so I would probably do poorly, but I'll take a look at it a little later.
Pretty good at this stuff. After playing Paradox Interactive games for as long as I have, I consider myself to be something of a scientist myself.
Yeah, I remember talking with Ninja one time, and I asked him, like, where's Serbia? And he was like, dude, what the fuck?
See, I always hate that shit because, like, number one, well, I know where Serbia is, but Europeans will sit there and they'll say some shit like that, and it's like, really? Okay, look at the United States. Point out Alabama to me. They're not gonna have a fucking clue. They don't even live on the fucking same continent, so of course. You know, it's just them using an excuse of, I know something that you don't, which means that you're stupid and I'm not. Pathetic. But hey, what are you gonna do?
Well, of course, Ninja's Canadian, so he probably actually would be able to get that right. But I get the point that you're trying to make, of course.
Well, He also knows where Serbia is because he is himself Serbian.
Right.
I'm pretty sure you know where Korea is.
Well, yeah. Although I have never been, I will say that. I have never been. And I doubt I ever will be.
Can you mentally envision where Greece is? You know, if you could like picture Europe in your head, do you know where Greece would be?
I don't know if I could, honestly.
I was gonna say Serbia's close by, just as like um I'll just say it's in Southeast Europe and the Balkans. This probably still doesn't mean anything to you. Can you envision where Turkey is at in your head?
Okay. Yeah, okay. I think we're starting to kind of narrow in on it. Yeah.
Serbia is well, considerably a bit to the west.
Also
Former
known.
Yugoslav country.
Hmm.
Mm. Now I just missed the triple nozzle.
After this, we can go back to the Tomb Raider maps. This won't take long at all.
There.
Yeah, Chris, I think I could do that. Again, though, you got to understand, I mean, for me, geography was just a subject that I never really bothered with that much. It can do me no good. What I don't know can't hurt me, right?
Basically.
What's an example of better late than never not being the case? When is it not good to be better? When is it not better late than never? I mean, Santi, I wouldn't be against seeing Korea, but I just don't think there's a lot of value there. Like, I don't really care for the food. Not that interested in the culture. I don't know. I
Or the
doubt it.
people.
Like, what would I do in a place like Korea, man? I don't even know.
See that what you just touched on right there is one of the things I absolutely hate more than anything else. A lot of people who think that another culture just means different kinds of food. And there's so much more there.
Oh yeah.
And I'm bringing that up, not that you were doing that kind of thing, but like, what the fuck is wrong with people who just think that you like exactly what you're talking about? You're like, what the hell would I even do there? And a lot of people be like, oh, I can't wait to go to Korea and then try out all the street food and all the different Korean restaurants and all the different foods that they eat there. And it's like, dude, you do realize it's an entire country, a rich and vibrant history dating back thousands of years, has its own culture and lots of things going on. It's more than just a place where people eat food. It is different from what you usually eat.
Hmm.
Multiculturalism means that I can buy tacos from a street vendor.
What was that guy whose daughter got killed by what was it, Molly Tibbetts?
Yeah, yeah. I,
And he
I was
was
thinking of him too.
yeah.
It's all like, well, really upset that this happened to my daughter, but you know what? I love tacos, so I think it's okay. It's like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?
That was a really underrated Martian magazine comic.
Seriously.
I honestly think he's a lot better than Stone Toss. There's a lot more cleverness in those comics. He just doesn't make as much stuff because of course his stuff I think takes a lot more, thinking and it takes a lot more to make a Martian magazine comic most of the time, I think.
Speaking of which, I don't know if you've seen the new one.
Let me take a look here.
I just sent it to you.
That's pretty good. Oh boy. Oh yeah, the AI Seinfeld show is back online, but they haven't started streaming yet, I don't think. So pretty soon here, it should start again.
Yay.
Dude, people are gonna try to bait it so hard because apparently it adapts what it shows based off the chat comments. So the chat is gonna constantly spam stuff trying to get it to. It's
I
gonna be
can, I
so
can,
great.
I can believe that. Yes.
hmm A man walks into a bar and orders a drink. The bartender says, "You look like you've had a rough day." The man says, "I just found out." I love the awkward
Jeez.
silence.
Do you remember when Foxford was a bartender and that guy came into the
Yeah.
bar? He said, "Hey, dog."
Yeah, that's one of my all-time favorites.
Oh man.
Because it was the first one I ever saw because Rabbit posted it in the NFL Discord and people were not amused.
Oh man. What a fucking legend. Oh god, I love that guy.
Mm.
Remember when I went to the NFL board for like a short period of time, and I was reading Rabbit's posts. They're fucking hilarious. I said I like this Rabbit guy, so I started making a couple posts, and he was all like, "Oh hey, this guy Snacks likes me. That's nice." And Webstead shows up, and he's like, "Rabbit, you're not supposed to like Snacks because Snacks is bad." And then Rabbit was like, "Okay, I'm pretty sure that Snacks is probably an excellent post. He's got a really good sense of humor and a pretty good handle on things."
Wonder why we were never able to get Webster Edge to join the Discord.
Oh man, I think it's because the Discord, if I remember right, was a no, that was a Steam group. It was made by Yehovah. Yehovah just doesn't like them.
Oh, okay.
Like a lot of people don't. I was gonna say that it was made by Chris Hansen, and Chris and Ham really don't like him. But that, while that is also true, they weren't the ones who made it. Dude, fucking everybody hates websites. That's why.
He is weird. There is a weird energy with him. Was riding the bus today and I saw my old sixth grade math teacher. He said, "Do you want to ride on my lap?"
What?
No, that was one of the AI Seinfeld stand-up bits.
Oh, I didn't see that one. Jesus. It sounds like when fucking Cumtown was writing a Seinfeld episode. Has gone rogue. He's deleting all the evidences. Remember when Kramer adopted a section of the highway? And he
Yeah.
was like, gonna make a luxury lane. So he just goes out there and is fucking painting over the fucking divider lines.
Makes me think of the Malcolm in the Middle episode where Hal made his own speed bump right in front of his house.
I don't remember that one. I wish I did. That sounds nice.
There
My
was.
all-time favorite Hal moment was when he was picked to be the fall guy for all the heinously illegal shit that the executives at his company had done,
Hmm.
and somehow, in the process of their frame-up job, they made it so that all the days that they alleged that he had done all this different stuff that they all testified to and doctored evidence of him doing uh, happened to be on Fridays. And Hal hadn't shown up to work on a Friday in 15 years, so he goes to his memory chest where he had all this different evidence of like I was doing this instead because he had receipts, pictures, newspaper articles, different things. Hysterical.
Hmm.
Like the prosecution is just in a shambles as their case is falling down around their ears, and all the fucking board members are panicking because they realize they picked the worst possible guy to be the fall guy. Then he ends up being not guilty, and then the only thing Lois has to say is just like, "You haven't shown up to work on a Friday in 15 years. Well, I've been slaving away for this family. You're busy taking vacations and feeding fish to Shamu." Oh man, she just went fucking ballistic on him. Hilarious.
Oh, yeah, that was a great one. Carson, yeah, I watched a Squid Game shortly after it came out. It was all right. Little
Yeah,
ham-fisted.
I wasn't too big a fan of it either. At the time, this was actually a long time. That was 2021, right? Yeah,
Like
it
that.
was a hot minute ago. I went
Like it's
Didn't
well
like it.
written.
I didn't like it. It wasn't awful, but people were freaking out about it to such an extent. I was so bored because like for me, I saw pretty much everything that ended up being a quote unquote twist coming. And I said this, and Joker probably remember this. The whole fucking thing just basically felt like a Stephen King novel. So I was like, I'm
Yeah,
not surprised by any of this. I was just like, yeah, I bet this is gonna happen, and then it did. And I was like, oh jeez.
right. Oh, that reminds me. When I went to the movies today, there was a trailer for a movie, and during the trailer it said based off a Stephen King novel, and I couldn't tell what Stephen King novel it was going to be based off of. And then at the end, the title of the movie is just The Boogeyman, and I was like, Stephen King really wrote a fucking book titled The Boogeyman?
I sure hope not. That's just way too on the nose.
I know. Like I was like, I hope that's not true.
See, one of the weirdest Stephen King books that he ever wrote. He wrote a book once where the premise is a husband and a wife go to a cabin in the woods to have a romantic weekend alone together.
Oh yes,
And
I know which one you're
and
talking
and
about.
then the first day that they're there, they were practicing bondage. So like the husband ties the wife to the bed,
Hmm.
and then before they do fucking anything, he just has a heart attack and just fucking drops dead. So the whole book then is about her having paranoid hallucinations as she's just trying to think of some way to get herself free.
Hmm.
So she just hallucinates that the devil's tormenting her and like telling her to like give die of thirst or some shit. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck?
Hmm.
It's hilarious because apparently that book traumatized so many different people in the BDSM community that it's extremely difficult to get anyone to want to participate in the thing if you're not using the easy to escape from Velcro types of handcuffs just in case of a situation like that. I'm like, really? I know somebody dropping dead just right.
Yeah,
Whatever.
just have a cell phone next to you with Siri active, so you can go, Siri, call the police.
No, what I prefer to do is play on Xbox Live and have my username be Egg Spock's off, like Spock, the Star Trek character, and eggs and off. So then when people say your name out loud, it just automatically shuts their Xbox off.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I remember there. I was reading one time some sort of fighting game. I forget what it was, but they had a huge problem with people having disconnects and all this sort of shit going on. In the ranked lobbies. So to address the issue, the number one guy on the fucking leaderboard, his name was Xbox Off.
My favorite Stephen King story is Dolan's Cadillac. They've actually made a movie based off that. Not a big movie, but they made a
Is
movie.
that the one with the dog?
No, it's the one, it's this guy, he's in the mafia, and this woman is like a witness against him in a court case, so he has her killed before she can testify. And the woman's husband basically takes revenge by over the course of like years he plots out this revenge thing where he tricks him into like driving into a ditch on the side of the road by like repaving the road so it looks like it goes that way. Like he knows he's going to try to go down this path on a certain day, so he repaves the road to make him drive into like this ditch that like fills that, it's bigger than the car, and then he just fills the ditch with concrete. It's pretty interesting. I liked it.
Interesting. I'll check that one out.
Hmm.
Yeah, that was a joke. The one with the dog. um, if I remember right, I think Cujo's the best-selling Stephen King book of all
Really?
time.
More than I'm surprised by that.
I think you're about to say The Shining. The Shining actually didn't do too good, if I remember right.
Well, I was actually gonna say it as well, or The Shining. Yeah, I would have figured that sells better than Cujo.
Oh, never mind. I was horrifically wrong. The Shining is the number one
Oh,
because it was
okay.
published in 1977. So by now, yeah. Wow, it's way down there.
Still like the Family Guy joke about Stephen King when his deadline is approaching and he's
Oh
trying.
yeah, I remember that one too.
All right, Stephen, what's your idea? Okay, there's a haunted lamp.
Okay, what was the one you said was a good one?
Dolan's Cadillac, like James Dolan, the name, and then Cadillac.
I remember I got a bunch of Stephen King books for free on uh, ebooks. I downloaded this app from my phone to read books on my cell phone, and I got a bunch of Stephen King books came with it for free. So the first one that I read, I literally just clicked on them in alphabetical order. This was the first one that was there in alphabetical order. Was named Cell. It was actually so super boring to me that I didn't end up reading any of them.
Really?
I was just like, wow, that fucking sucked. I'm all Stephen Kinged out, and then I just never read fucking them. Uh, the premise of Cell is that somehow, some way, every cell phone on the planet just starts to generate some sort of a phantom signal that like brainwashes people and basically turns them into the rage monster zombies from 28 Days Later. They're just running around trying to kill everybody.
Sounds like a M. Night Shyamalan movie or something, and not one of the good ones.
Yeah, so right. So then the story becomes everyone who wasn't on a cell phone at the moment that the signal is emanated is trying to figure out what the hell's going on. But if you were talking at the cell phone at the same time as the signal was emanated, then you became the rage monster.
No, John, you are the demons.
And then John had a cell phone.
No, TC, you are the Kobe. Remember that?
Yes, I do. I also remember, I think it was Earl who made the topic, or it might have been Hump or something, but like the Lakers, everyone thought they were supposed to be good. I think this was a 2013 season. They ended up sucking ass.
Oh, the Dwight Howard
Then,
season?
yeah, so then somebody made the topic. They said the name of the topic was Diamonds Are Created Under Pressure. And then the fucking second post fucking slaughtered it. He said farts are created under pressure too. Lakers stink.
Uh,
That was outstanding. I remember I actually decided to start holding fucking official uh voting topic for post of the year, and that was like one of the finalists. But then the mods fucking nuked the thread when we get down to like the final four. That
oh.
was the one I remember. I'm reasonably sure it was the 2013 season because that was also the same season of the Heat streak, and it looked like the Cavs were gonna kill it at like 23 or something.
Mm-hmm.
The Heat were down 27 at halftime, so that's when I made a thread. I was like, I'm making an account bet that the Heat are gonna win this game, or I'll close my account. And that was because at the time I was a notorious troll. Everybody hated me, and like because the Heat were down like 27 points at halftime, it looked like we were gonna lose. So everybody was clowning all the Heat fans, and they were celebrating and dancing all this shit. So I just made that thread, just shut them all up. Sure enough, lots of people, they were talking all kinds of smack and shit, but no one wanted to fucking take the bet. So finally, Earl did. Uh, Play resumes, and the Heat just fucking obliterate the Cavs. So Earl was like, "Okay, I'll honor this." So instead of closing his account, what he did is he decided to get banned because it was faster. So he just
Yeah.
started posting a bunch of Lakers erotica. Oh man. But like I had so much respect for Earl for actually being the one to take the fucking account bet because no one wanted to. But after that happened, like I became like for at least one day on the forum, I was a total legend because everyone was like, "Holy shit, dude! This guy made an account bet down 27 at halftime. He's got no fear."
You guys think Russ can do anything for the Clippers? Well, who's their starting point guard? Like before they got Westbrook, because I think it's a no name.
The only two people I even think are like that I can think of as being on the Clippers would be Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, and both of them would be. Russell Westbrook's not a good pairing with anybody in the league, straight up. But Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, I do not see that as being anything resembling a good team. This just
Okay,
makes the Clippers worse.
their starting point guard is Terrence Mann. Yikes.
Yeah, Westbrook's a downgrade, definitely.
Hmm. He was actually kind of doing okay for the Lakers this year in the sixth man role, so I wonder if they're just going to have him come off the bench still because he was doing slightly better there. Yeah, I loved it
Uh,
back in the old days of GameFAQs when you would make account bets and the loser would just always like account suicide.
well, like at the absolute least, not Welch.
Hmm. Well, what eventually would happen would be on GameFAQs if someone said like, they're doing an account bet and the loser has to account suicide, they would just ban both accounts because obviously, so you would have to like discuss it privately off of the site in order to actually do it.
Right. That's why anytime I made any kind of bet, I started to say close the account because that was an option instead of just saying suicide because people weren't supposed to fucking do that. Ugh. Thought it was amusing when I made the leave forever bet with Webstitch, and he like that lasted for all of a month.
Mhm.
It was like I knew that shit was gonna happen, man. Like I even came back just to fucking roast him for it. I was all like, you know what? It's not upsetting to me that you welched. Wonderful to me that you welched, because the only thing you did was prove to yourself that you need this place, and that's fucking sad, buddy.
Mhm. I remember back in the day, like Ninja would run like the top 50 players in the NBA right now list where like, everyone would vote. Like you would vote on, okay, who's the best player? And then after you decided the best player, who's the second best player? And everyone would vote. I remember the Lakers fans always just like took it over and they kept trying to get like Shannon Brown into the top 50. And Ninja eventually admitted like if Shannon Brown gets into the top 50, I'm not going to allow it.
Oh man.
Like he did eventually allow J.R. Smith in as the 50th when he was on the Nuggets. He was like, "Okay, that's fine. If I'm going to let Allen Iverson on, I may as well let J.R. Smith on." Stats are not everything, which is why LeBron James is not even a top 50 player in the NBA. Remember Earl saying that? And then Ninja
I love
asked him
Earl.
like, "Who is the best non-Laker player in the league?" And he said Darren Collison. And the Ninja said, "Okay, fine. Who is the best non-Laker player who never played for UCLA?" And then Earl said, "Tim Duncan."
Oh man, you love to see it. I don't know if I'm able to talk about this one on stream. It's poo related. I don't know.
Go ahead. Whatever.
Okay. I remember I was reading this Earl thread once that he posted on CE,
Hmm.
and he was talking about. He was like, "Does anyone else have this problem?" He was like, "Sometimes when I'm wearing a G-string and I really gotta like I really gotta go number two, I just let it go and it just shears the turd right in half. Like
Jesus.
in the interest of saving time, I don't even bother removing my underwear anymore. Does anybody else do this?" And I just fucking like I get this mental image of a sawmill. Oh man. God bless Earl.
Yeah.
Fucking
You,
magnificent.
you you do think he was actually gay, right? Not pretending.
The extent to which he took it, that is either the greatest commitment to a bit that I've ever seen since like that's like some Norm Macdonald level commitment to the bit, or definitely 100% a total mo. Like there's just he was either straight up or he was very fucking committed to the joke.
Yeah.
I mean the fucking website that he made alone, the Lakers erotica, what he would have had to go through in order to make those pictures. If he wasn't gay, that would have been pretty difficult. Shit. Okay. Well, good news, bad news. We are at 99%. Bad news. Very, very many, like, tiny little fucking specks of shit that we gotta fucking finish up.
Okay. That kind of makes me think of the guy on Reddit who got his penis stuck in like this little tube thing.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
And he
The
was like,
the the M&M minis tube.
yeah. And he kept posting trying to ask people how to get it out and people were like, "Dude, just say you got your dick stuck in a M&M tube."
Because he never said what would someone who got their dick stuck in this thing do. He was like, a cylindrical object has gotten stuck inside of an M&M tube. Measurements are roughly equivalent to, and then he's like fucking laying it out, and he's all like, "How this is a sensitive object. Cutting the thing out is not an option. We would prefer not to get any sharp tools or sharp objects near this tube. How do I get it out?" Everyone's like, "Dude, just say that you got your dick stuck in a fucking." And he's like, "It wasn't my dick. It's not my dick. Don't ask what it is." Oh man, that was so fucking funny.
What would you do in that scenario? Don't you just like go inside one of those walk-in freezers until it shrinks?
Well, no, because from the sounds of it, what he had done is he like the blood was able to flow in, but it was no longer able to flow out, which means it's the blood's trapped there. It can't get out, which means it would never shrink. Just from the sounds of it, he tried to make it colder in the first place and didn't work. So what I would do if after 30 minutes of trying to get it out myself it hadn't worked, I'd just go straight to the doctor, because trying to avoid embarrassment is how you end up having to get your fucking wiener amputated, because it's just no good anymore because it's spent too long in the danger zone. So swallow your pride and just fucking go to the doctor, because they've fucking seen it all. Yes, it's going to be humiliating, and yes, you're going to end up being a story that they will tell for the rest of their lives. But you fucking learned your lesson. Don't shove your dick in a fucking tube of M&M minis. Like, why would you even do that in the first place? Think about how, just think about how expensive it'd be. Pay the doctor after they fucking safely remove the fucking thing from your junk. And compare that to the cost of a fleshlight. What's more financially viable here, you know?
The fleshlight that I bought 10 years ago was pretty expensive at the time, so I imagine they're pretty damn expensive now.
Well, it depends entirely on how you define expensive. They're like less than $200.
Yeah, I mean, I
That,
would guess
that,
that they
that
are.
the doctor probably charged four figures for the safe wiener removal, at least.
Reddit moment.
I mean, you could charge whatever you fucking want for the safe wiener removal. Like, you literally and figuratively have the guy by the balls.
Oh boy. I mean,
Of course, it's too late. I've already seen everything.
wait, Santi, are you serious? Who asked him? I thought they were probably all instructed to not mention that.
Guess what?
Carl Malone was one of the dunk contest judges this year, so somebody asked him about the underage girl, and I'm trying to figure out who the media. I thought the media would have been like under strict orders to not bring that up. Carl Malone on the backlash he has received after impregnating a 13-year-old girl at the age of 20. I'm not discussing any of the backlash. I don't care. That's my life. That's my personal life, and I'll deal with that like I've had to deal with everything, so whatever.
Yeah, because like that was definitely a fucked up thing that he did, but this is not new, and
Yeah.
it's also not something that he ever denied doing.
Hmm.
It's just something really fucked up that he did that's been swept under the rug. But like, he was a part of that kid's life. That kid's an adult now. He went to the kid's graduation, and like he always took care of the kid as the kid was growing up. He took care of the kid, and he took care of the kid's mother. You know, so it's super fucked up what he did. Absolutely. It was extremely fucked up. But that was also something that happened like fucking almost 30 fucking years ago. And everyone involved is at peace with what happened.
Yeah, I didn't know it was when he was 20. I think that makes it a little bit better than if he was 35 when it happened, which is initially what I thought. Jeez.
Yeah, the whole thing was super fucked up. But like again, it was a long time ago. Everyone involved is at peace with what happened. There were no legal charges filed. This isn't even a case of like the Bill Cosby situation, where even though the charges were false, they were at least actual criminal charges that you could have put him on trial for. It's not like this. No one pressed charges. Everyone involved is at peace with what happened. Karl Malone may have done an extraordinarily fucked up thing to that young girl, but he also made sure that she was taken care of and that the child was taken care of. So, like, what other than not doing it in the first place, what more could he have really done? Like, what do you want from the guy? Leave it alone. Not like he's running away from fucking dealing with the goddamn thing. It's just not anybody else's business. Not at this point. 30 goddamn plus years ago. Nobody's upset over it who's actually involved in it. Just let it be.
Yeah, oh wait, Santi, are you talking about Carl Malone? Because Carl Malone's got to be like what? He's got to be like 60 by now, right? So the kid is like 40. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Carmelo's 59. So that
Yeah.
was fucking 39 years ago.
Yeah, you can't cancel Carl Malone anyway. He's not doing anything. That's a good point too.
Right. He's just trying to mind his own goddamn business. Everyone involved is at peace with what happened. Was it extremely fucked up? Absolutely. But like the kids had a good life. He took care of that child, and he was as much of a father to that child as he could be, and he made sure that the girl was taken care of too. So yeah, super fucked up, but let it go.
And having the All-Star game in Utah must be fucking awful. Like the bars probably have their last call at like 9:30. Jeez. Why do they ever put the All-Star game in Utah? That sounds like a terrible idea.
Salt Lake City is very, very, very different from the rest of Utah. That's kind of its entire purpose of its existence is to be the degenerate place. So the rest of Utah can be the safe Mormon place.
Really?
Okay, I know where. Well, that's the way that Steve made it sound. I know where the rest of it is.
Hmm.
On me. So hold on, let me make sure. The internal wall was somewhere around here. Because like the one of the things is like right underneath where I'm standing.
Okay.
Then the internal wall, I'm still trying to find the fucking thing. Yeah, the battlement wall is this. Just trying to find the dirt for it because it's almost done.
Yeah, there's very little
And
left.
the interior wall somewhere is also nearby because I passed by the fucking thing when I was jumping down. Oh, the golf ball return gutter, that's what it was. Oh, I thought there were only two things left. That's why I was confused. But yeah, for the most part, they're all over in this region.
Oh yeah, guys, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying anything negative about Utah. Remember, I don't even drink, so I don't care when last call is. I was just being facetious. Like, I'm sure Utah is beautiful.
One thing I definitely don't get is New Orleans Pelicans. At the time, you had the New Orleans Hornets, the Charlotte Bobcats, and the Utah Jazz. Why didn't they just do a three-team name change? Because the New Orleans Jazz was the original team, and that's also where jazz was invented. The Charlotte Hornets was the original team, and Charlotte is known for its Hornets. And Utah has a shitload of bobcats in it. Bobcats are indigenous to the southwest arid regions. So why not have that? That made sense. Like it's been the Utah Jazz for so long that they have more history as the Utah Jazz than they do as New Orleans Jazz, but like they gave Charlotte their Hornets name back, so why couldn't
Now,
what
I
are you
mean,
gonna
the
do?
thing is, they've been the Jazz for so long. If they change it, it would feel wrong. Like they should have changed it a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lakers doesn't really make sense either. That's true. But if you changed Lakers, it would feel so wrong.
Yeah, and more to the point, what would you even change it to? Because you're right, it's been the Los Angeles Lakers since like I think the fucking 50s or 60s. But Minnesota's the land of lakes, and they were the Minneapolis Lakers to start with, so it made sense there. Traded to Los Angeles in 1960. They weren't even the Minneapolis Lakers for 20 years because they were only around at the beginning of the NBL in 1947. So from 1947 to 1960, that's 13 years. They've been the Los Angeles Lakers since 1960. That is 63 years.
God damn it, there's some dirt right around here. I just can't fucking find it. Come on.
Sixth hole. Where's the sixth hole?
What you mean, wrong hole?
That's a shitload of stuff
A
on the
man
sixth hole.
travels to Japan
Damn.
to meet a businessman to discuss a potential business deal. The night before, he gets a prostitute, and when they're having sex, she keeps screaming out this Japanese phrase. The man does not speak Japanese, but he believes it is a sign of excitement and happiness. So the next day, when he plays golf with his prospective business partner, he decides to use it when the man nails a particularly hard putt. The Japanese businessman turns to him and says, "What you mean? Wrong hole." Yeah, Los Angeles Dodgers doesn't make a ton of sense either. That's true.
What about Brooklyn Dodgers? What is it in Brooklyn they're dodging? I
Let's
don't
ask
get it.
Mel Gibson.
Why did Brooklyn name their team the Dodgers? According to the club, the name originated in 1896 as the Brooklyn Trolley Dodgers. Heavy construction of electric trolley tracks in front of Eastern Park caused fans to dodge the trolleys to reach the park. Those fans became known as Trolley Dodgers, and the team took on the name, which was shortened to the Dodgers. Before then, back in 1896, they were just the Brooklyn baseball team.
Oh, so it was like the Washington football team.
I'm now going to start saying, "What's up, Madaja? You have a D word pass?" It's our word.
God, we are so close.
Kiosk door, fourth hole flat. Okay, so the fourth hole. Off we go.
What are cave coins?
Oh, we should just see the urologist to take care of those. Question, over here at the fourth hole, this is where the cave is. So presumably the coins would be somewhere around here.
Mhm.
I found them. There's a treasure chest here.
Aha. Is Utah the state? Wait, which state is it where the Scientology home base is? Is that Arizona or Utah? I think it's Arizona, actually. There's no way Scientology would declare a home base in a state like Utah, now that I think about it.
I mean Scientology headquarters?
Yeah, what's it called? Camp Gold or something? Gold Camp?
Uh, well, one Google response is telling me Gilman Hot Springs, California. Sand Hill Manor, Flagland Base, Pack Base. Gold Base is the one you're talking about,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, Gold Base.
Okay, so Saint Hill Manor is in West Sussex, England. Flagland Base is in Clearwater, Florida. Gold Base, which you were talking about, is in San Jacinto, California, about
Oh, okay.
85 miles of north of Los Angeles. um, Trementa Base, and that's a ship. Okay. Trementa Base is in New Mexico. I don't see any of this being in either Arizona or Utah.
Okay. I was thinking Gold Base was in Utah or Arizona, but I guess
Yes,
it's
you came
well,
by and finished the coins while I was googling.
yes.
Okay, so let's see.
Exit steps.
Exit steps, castle tower windows, and castle internal walls.
Okay, we just need to find that internal wall now.
Which I knew where the internal walls were. All over the fucking castle, it just says wall, or keep wall, not internal wall.
This whole thing is just ninth hole castle. There's no like internal wall on it. It's just the castle.
Oh, I found the internal walls. I haven't found the dirty one yet. Okay, now I have. Look at them.
All right. We did it.
Cohesivos.
Very nice. All right, you want to take a little bit of a break?
Yes, actually.
Okay. All right, guys, we're going to be taking a little bit of a break here. We'll be gone for a little while. So everyone just hang out, and I will see you guys soon. We will do the next Tomb Raider map when we get back. Would not have expected that. So, do you think you'll be able to manipulate it so you get Mustache Man?
If I did it enough times, but I really would feel more comfortable if I knew about who the various options were.
Yeah, let me see if I can do anything about that. Okay, here are the options. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Heinrich Himmler,
Mm-hmm.
Joseph Goebbels,
Mm-hmm.
Hermann Goering, and I definitely pronounced that wrong,
Mm-hmm.
Adolf Hitler,
Mm-hmm.
Albert Speer, Karl
Mm-hmm.
Donitz, what? Rudolf Hess, Joachim von Ribbentrop, Joseph Stalin.
Okay. Until you said Stalin, literally all of those guys were members of the Nazi cabinet.
Huh, interesting.
What in the
Ribbentrop?
fuck? Yeah, Joachim von Ribbentrop was a very prominent German diplomat. He famously helped orchestrate the Molotov von Ribbentrop Pact, which was a non aggression pact between Germany and the Soviet Union, which led to them carving up Poland and not fighting each other for 2 years. It was extremely significant because when the war began, even though the United States was initially involved, they basically were because they were giving material and resources to the Allies and completely embargoed Germany. So Germany desperately needed oil and fuel because they had this amazing war machine, but they didn't have the ability to refine oil within their own borders because even though they'd conquered a number of countries by that time, there still isn't anything resembling an oil well in Central Europe. However, at the time, the two largest producers of oil on the planet were the United States and the Soviet Union. So that pact made the Soviet Union Nazi Germany's biggest trading partners, which means that the Soviet Union is the reason that Nazi Germany was as successful as it was in the early years of the war because they were literally fueling the German war machine. And von Ribbentrop is really important to that. Karl Donitz was the head of the German Navy. Um, And after Hitler's death, he was named the successor head of state and is the one who actually surrendered Germany to the Allied forces.
Okay.
I'm surprised I got Lenin, and the reason that it says I have Lenin is because I chose options that would say that I valued intellect more than I valued creativity
Hmm.
and uh, and empathy, and that I prefer to plan things as opposed to improvising.
Hmm. Okay. Let me get the rest of these real quick. Stalin, Putin,
Mm-hmm.
Lenin, Chairman Mao, Che
Mm-hmm.
Guevara, Enrique Meinhof, Osama bin Laden, Rohalla Khomeini, Saddam Hussein, Benito Mussolini, Idi Amin, and Muammar Gaddafi. Where's Pinochet, man? I want to get Pinochet.
He wasn't a murderer, he was just a torturer. Ulrike Meinhof was a German left-wing journalist and founding member of the Red Army faction in West Germany. So she was a West German communist. Referred to in the press as the Baader-Meinhof gang. She's the reputed author of the urban guerrilla concept. Oh, wow. She died at 41, so obviously she did something bad.
Oh, and by the way, I did
She,
open up the new map.
okay, died in prison. She committed suicide in prison, okay. Yeah. This is an course. Floor of the obstacle course is literally sand. We're supposed to wash. Good fucking Christ.
Well, it's coarse and rough and irritating and gets everywhere.
Right. While we're at it, let's mop up the rain. Funsies, that's a very common punishment in the military, is to just make people do literally pointless work that they'll never be able to finish to just force them to do something stupid.
Yeah,
Uh,
like Cool Hand Luke.
so, yes. So if it's raining, they literally send you out there with a mop to mop up the road. It's raining. It's never gonna stop fucking raining just because you're out there mopping. But nope, go out there and mop up that rain. Very amusing. Weird. I remember one of my friends was telling me this story about when he was in boot camp. Punishment that he would receive is that his drill instructor would tell him to write a 1,000-word essay
Mm-hmm.
on why what he did was wrong. And I was like, really? Because like I was in college at the time, so I was like, dude, 1,000-word essay is fucking nothing. And he was all like, you're a fucking retard. You don't understand what the actual punishment is. It doesn't matter what you write. What matters is that you have to write out 1,000 words while you're desperately trying to get some sleep, and you're missing out on that sleep and you're having to write all that shit by hand. And I was like, yeah, I can see how that'd be a problem.
True.
I hope I get a new job soon.
Me too. I'm saying I hope that you get a new job, not that I get a new job, to be clear.
Yeah.
Just in case anybody from my job is listening on this stream.
Well, just in case anybody from my job is listening on this stream, you know what I had to fucking deal with yesterday? Some guy apparently had like the worst diarrhea of his life. He got it all over the bathroom except for the toilet, dude. Like all over the walls, all over the floor. I was like, why? Why?
Oh my God. You just made me think of this copy pasta that I read a long time ago about this guy who had taken like a bunch of different muscle relaxants right before going on a plane. I'm sorry, no, a train, because he was, I don't know, scared of taking the train or something. And then he needed to shit while he was on the train, so he went. And just as, he was shitting, number one, all the muscle relaxers made it, a really unpleasant thing. Second of all, the train hit a bump right when he was about to start, so it just fucking went everywhere. So he
That's pretty funny.
wrote this long copy pasta about it, and at the end, I don't remember the whole thing, but I remember the end. He said something like, "To whatever train employee had to clean me up, I am so sorry. There is no excuse for me or my poop. There is no excuse
Fairly,
for me or for my poop."
fairly based.
At least he was sorry about it.
I remember one time I saw a lady, like she comes into the store and she's like jogging, and she's jogging because if she was running, she'd be shitting her pants. You could tell the way that she was moving, she very clearly had to shit, and she didn't say anything to anybody. She literally just waddled towards the fucking women's restroom and just like shoved the door open as hard and as fast as she could and just like runs in there and shit. And I was sitting there laughing because it was 5 minutes before it wasn't going to be me that day. Someone else was going to go clean the bathroom. And I was like, can you imagine if she came in here 5 minutes late and as she's running in, you have the bathroom blocked off because you're trying to clean it? That lady wouldn't have been able to make it. She's just taking a shit on the floor right there. She's just fucking blown up. I was like, good lord.
Well, you'd probably just run into the men's bathroom at that point, right? Like
The
any
men's
port.
bathroom would also be blocked off.
Oh, okay. Does your gas station require somebody to buy something to use the restroom?
No, and I wish it did.
And you don't have
Really
like the
wish it did.
key that's like attached to a giant tire or whatever that.
No, we constantly, the owners don't want to deal with it because there's different rules and regulations involved in the process of dealing with that crap, and I guess the owners just don't want to deal with it. So I'm
Mhm.
like, whatever.
Big Country, I am going to try it, but I'm not going to try it day one. The reviews I've seen for Atomic Heart actually seem pretty good, so I'm
Try
intrigued.
what?
Atomic Heart, the game with robot ballerina sex slaves.
Oh, right, yeah, the thing.
Mhm.
I thought you meant something else.
I mean, I know some places have a rule that like you have to be a paying customer to use the facilities, but if somebody runs in like that woman you're describing, are you really going to be like, no, you got to shit on the floor?
Yes, because it's very amusing. No, we used to have one guy who was retarded who worked on the graveyard shift, and he basically told the customer to go pee outside because on the graveyard shift you have the option of closing the bathrooms and locking them up and telling people that they can't use them and all this shit. So what you're supposed to do is just say the restrooms are not open, sorry.
Mm,
But he actually told the dude to go pee in the bushes because we jokingly told him, just tell him to go use a perfectly good bush right outside. Very sarcastic. We're obviously joking. He was so low IQ, he took us seriously because you can see on the camera footage that he's shaking his head no, and then he points outside, and then the guy literally just walks right out and just starts taking a leak in the bushes, and you're like, you fucking okay. What you just did was illegal. So yeah, we
Did he get fired for
we
that?
obviously no. He
No.
was the guy that got fired for slinging.
Oh, okay.
I thought that guy was fucking untouchable for so long because he did so many different things that he desperately needed to get fired for. But nope.
When I used to work at a computer fixing shop downtown in
Mm-hmm.
like the not so great part of town, if you catch my drift,
Mm-hmm.
there would be like homeless people that would sometimes like sleep by our doorstep overnight. One time, some homeless guy took a shit on our front step.
Yeah. See, I have a lot of empathy and pity for people who are homeless when they're just down on their luck.
Mhm.
The problem is the majority of homeless are mentally ill and not in a position where they can actually get the care that they need. Probably because they were refusing it, but there's any number of fucking reasons why. Or and this is the much more common one, they're drug addicts. And I'm like, I'm just not gonna feel any pity for them when they figuratively and sometimes literally shit up the place.
Mhm.
And it's all like, and you're just here because you're a degenerate animal. Like, god damn it, why?
Mhm. I remember years ago, back when ESPN was trying to televise as much poker stuff as possible because it was really, really popular at the time. So this was like 2004, 2005. They were televising the final table of a Limit Hold'em tournament, which sounds hysterical now that anybody would want to watch Limit Hold'em. But one of the guys who made the final table was homeless. Like literally during breaks in the tournament, he would go outside and go out on the street to talk to his friends who were all also homeless people that lived in the area. Like he was genuinely homeless, and I don't know how he got into the tournament, but he did. That was kind of amusing.
Yeah, I don't even want to guess. That's just bonkers.
Not homeless in like the Al Farak Alpha Rockway. That's a guy who's like a millionaire, but he's homeless because he just lives out of hotels. He's just constantly traveling the world, and he doesn't
Wait,
have a home.
isn't that one guy? He used to be a basketball player, Al Farouk Aminu.
No, no, you've got the name right, but there was this one poker player named Al Farak
Oh.
Ahmed or something like that, and he's a millionaire, and he doesn't actually have a home. He's homeless because he lives out of the various hotels that he stays in as he travels the world.
Oh, yeah, that's a case where you don't call someone like that homeless, you call them a vagabond.
Right,
Or maybe they prefer nomad sometimes. It depends on the individual, but yeah, homeless technically is correct, but it's like not really following the spirit of the thing. But
right.
yeah, I think I know who you're talking about before. One time Phil Hellmuth was down on his luck, and that guy told him that he could crash on his couch. Yeah. I'm just kidding. I always use Phil Hellmuth as my joke.
Yeah, that's everybody does that. Everybody knows who that is.
That's the point. I had pocket rockets, honey.
Remember one time it was during a Warriors Thunder playoff game. There was a camera shot, and you could see Phil Hellmuth sitting courtside. So I made a
Hmm.
topic about it on the NBAB, and there was some guy on the NBAB who got a giant stick up his ass and was acting like I was the biggest loser ever for recognizing a professional poker player. It was so fucking weird.
Did you ever think that maybe you were the biggest loser ever for recognizing poker? I'm just kidding. Yeah, people freak out over the dumbest shit.
Mhm.
Definitely. Um,
One time I made a
oh,
topic during the Mavericks Heat finals in 2011 because
mhm.
one of the camera shots as they were going back to the game showed a woman sitting courtside and she had nice feet, so I made a topic about it.
Hey, is there a wiki feet page for this broad? This
And
I'm just
everyone, yeah, and then everybody kept like taking screenshots of it and posting it in the thread. And then after like 3 pages, it got deleted for off topic.
that's pretty good. And I won't lie, that is outstanding.
Yeah, who were even, did we ever know who the NBAB mods were? I guess you must have been able to figure it out from like when you got post modded.
Um, we didn't have a moderator. Like when stuff would get marked, any moderator could see that in the moderation queue and would take care of it. But
Okay.
we didn't have like actual mod who stayed on the board and would post.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't a thing.
Because the NFL board had Error, who everyone hated because he was a fat, disgusting slob.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, so I am going to play Atomic Heart, but I'm not going to play it day one. I'm going to finish the currently active playthrough. It will probably only take me a couple more days to get through it, honestly, if I devote myself to it. And at the end of the day, like, Atomic Heart looks good, but I'm not getting the impression it's some historic masterpiece. So I will play it. It seems like great Game Pass fare at the very least. At the minimum, it should be a good Game Pass game. So it's actually going to be kind of hard to get Mustache Man in that quiz because half of the potential villains were part of Hitler's regime, right? So theoretically,
Yes.
they should all have very similar ideologies.
Yeah, you had aside from Hitler, the top four of the actual uh, German high command, just for the entire state, military included, just like the whole state, was Hitler, Himmler, Goering, and Goebbels.
Hmm.
Those were like the top four, and those were the guys who were all considered in terms of like military operations to have them taken out or something. Um, and they were all considered as possible successors to Hitler in the event that Hitler himself had been taken out. Um, then Martin Bormann was pretty high up there, but Karl Donitz was really significantly important. That's why he ended up being the actual successor after Hitler's death. And Albert Speer, I'm genuinely surprised that he was even in that list that you mentioned, because while he was part of the German government, he wasn't involved really with the Holocaust. Just he was like their industrial minister. He was the guy that ran their economy, succeeded Hjalmar Schacht. Yeah, he was a German architect who served as a minister of armaments and war production during most of World War II. In 1937, he was appointed blah blah blah. Yeah, the extent of him being a war criminal is that he was a member of the government. The only complaint that anybody had is that as an industrial minister and being in charge of so much of the economy during the war years, um, what the Germans often did when they took prisoners is that they sent them to labor camps. So they were using slave labor. Now, it's worth noting that every government did that. Um, but those were the war crimes that he was charged with, was the use of slave labor. So I'm kind of just surprised that they were that pissed off over it, but whatever, I guess. So yeah, I don't know why he's on the list of like top murderous villains or whatever. That's really strange to me. Ribbentrop there, because again, von Ribbentrop was a diplomat, an ambassador. I don't like having a guy like Himmler up there who was in charge of the SS. That makes sense.
Right.
Speer and von Ribbentrop, I no idea.
Yeah, I mean, there were plenty of people who were left off that list that you could have very easily put on it that would have worked, I think, a lot better. Like they
Right,
didn't
because
have
like
Pinochet.
they had lots of people who were heads of government for other countries, but they had no one who was uh so much lower in terms of the position and prestige than just for Nazi Germany. That's really surprising to me because they got Lenin and Stalin representing the Soviet Union. But like, if they were going to include guys like fucking von Ribbentrop, why didn't they include Molotov for being responsible for the exact same fucking thing? Why didn't they include if they're going to have Lenin and Stalin there? Why not Trotsky?
Mm.
If they were going to put Albert Speer of all fucking people, I don't know.
Like, I don't know. I feel like restricting murderous villains to heads of state is also kind of missing an opportunity.
There's just a lot of questionable decisions in the
Yeah.
whole thing.
And it's a first draft. They'll probably add more people to it as time goes by. Don't get me wrong.
Yes, I'm sure Chat GPT will have us all
Next time I take it,
well
I'm yeah.
pegged pretty soon.
In a couple of years, I'm gonna retake that test, and it's gonna give me like Barack Obama or something.
That would be hilarious. That would be very amusing.
But like, what about somebody like
Um,
Genghis Khan? Wasn't he pretty murderous?
yes, extremely.
Like that makes more sense to me than having 800 different Nazis who probably believe 99% of the same stuff. Or Attila the Hun. Genghis Khan reduced the Earth's emissions by like 80% or something with all his murder. Well, that's one way of putting it, I guess.
Very amusing.
So people stopped farting so much because of him, basically.
The idea being that basically the existence of humans is an ecological disaster, which makes me laugh. But I do enjoy the idea that Genghis Khan is like related to like 25% of the Earth's population or something.
Yeah.
For
What made him so bloodthirsty, I wonder? What made him want to spill all that blood?
Mongolian culture, the tribes that he was part of, there, uh, I can only assume because it's like I would say that there are geniuses and extraordinarily capable people in pretty much every culture, but the culture itself determines what kind of genius and what it is that they're doing and how it is that they affect the world, how all that ends up being. Because like Julius Caesar, the man, was always going to be Julius Caesar. He was always going to be just as capable of all of the things that he ended up doing. But if he ended up being a part of a different culture, the way that he would have affected the world and his impact on the world and what he did personally would have been very different. So Genghis Khan, I think, had the capability to be an extraordinary military leader with not only an extraordinary understanding of tactics, but also strategic operations. And what benefited him is that the resources that the Mongolians had at their disposal effectively made them able to conduct a form of mobile warfare that essentially wouldn't be seen on such a large scale again until World War II. Why the Mongolians were so capable and so extraordinary in the military operations that they conducted was that logistics is basically the foundation of any successful military operation forever, for all of human recorded history. And because of how much horses were omnipresent in the Mongolian culture, the tribes that they had, their logistical train was able to keep up extremely easily with the rapid advance of their actual military forces. You didn't have that same level of speed for pretty much any other large scale military operation from any culture on the planet for centuries. It wasn't until motorization and airplanes and tanks and trucks and shit came around in World War II that you started to see that same level of speed in operational military logistics.
He had just lived another
So
10
in
years, we would have gone extinct.
yeah, so it's just a case of for Genghis Khan, right place, right time.
One in 200 men are related to Genghis Khan, according to Google.
Interesting.
I would have expected it to be higher, but that's still pretty incredible.
Well, what's crazy is throughout human history, the majority of women reproduce successfully. However, a very small minority of men reproduce successfully. Because men, being the ones who would fight wars and would risk themselves in dangerous situations, would often die young. And of the ones who survived, very many of them would have more than one woman that they'd be having children with. So that is why, even though when you think about it in terms of like having to pay dowries and the economic and financial burden of raising a daughter compared to having a son, when it would come to the kind of manual labor and work that would be expected to be done around the house, around a farm, and etc. For so many years, it was still a blessing to have a daughter because then you knew, hey, there's a really good chance I'm going to have grandchildren. Whereas if you had a son, he'd be more productive in terms of manual labor, so he'd be able to help you more was always a good thing in that sense, but stood a really good chance of not having any grandkids because the dude's probably going to get killed by, ended up getting conscripted to go fight in a war, or, he's marshaled in the town defense when the raiders come and then he gets fucking killed by some barbarian on horseback, or wrestles a fucking mountain lion, or, some shit like that. He's probably going to get killed.
Which is why you teach your youth to not be so afraid of death.
Exactly.
Which is why faith is so important to having a good society. You need people who are willing to end their lives, willing to
Yes.
take risks.
And yes, you need people who are willing to put their lives on the line in order to do what needs to be done. For instance, the avatar that you have on Discord. Absolute fucking legend. Dude saved an entire civilization.
My ancestors are smiling down on me.
My ancestors are smiling at me, Imperial. Can you say the same? Hey guys, want to feel old? Skyrim came out 12 years ago.
Man,
Here, let me make it a little better. 11 years and 3 months.
apparently everyone with European ancestry is a descendant of Charlemagne.
I highly doubt that, but that would be amazing.
In order for that to be possible, he would have had to have been like Wilt Chamberlain, just humping women every single waking moment
Now,
of his life.
Charlemagne did do something absolutely extraordinary. If I remember correctly, he conducted one of the largest mass executions ever seen. What I mean by that is he put down a rebellion. So then, he had all these guys taken prisoner, and then from fucking sun up to sundown, he had his men beheading the prisoners. I think it was something like 4,500 guys in a single day. Absolute legend. If I remember my Crusader Kings 2 correctly, Charlemagne was the first Holy Roman Emperor. Um, basically, the first legitimate society and civilization to rise up out of France after the fall of the Western Roman Empire. What was extraordinary is that in recognizing his authority as king, he was crowned by the Pope. And after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the Pope was basically the highest conceivable authority in Western Europe because kings were basically like, you're just the king of this city or whatever. Kings were a dime a dozen. And Charlemagne was the ruler of this the Frankish Empire, which would become the Holy Roman Empire, which extended from France all the way to Hungary, essentially, just all of Europe. It was humongous.
Yeah, Charlemagne's another guy who could have easily been on that list of murderous villains, who would have made more sense than a lot of the people who were there.
Well, again, just like a lot of people who were there weren't villains. Well, Charlemagne's not a villain because the dude was brutal and he was ruthless. But the reason he was brutal and ruthless is because um, while these days historians really don't like the moniker the Dark Ages, they refer to that as a reason was because between the time of essentially the Renaissance and the Roman Empire, things were just really fucked. They were really brutal and really awful in Europe. The times were extremely violent and very backwards in terms of it was a time when technology and human advancement were forgotten, not expanded. So during that time, Charlemagne was extremely brutal, yes, but the reason that he was extremely brutal during that time was so that he could create something resembling society and civilization in this horrible crapsack world. And things took a major step forward when he came along compared to the way that they'd been in that period of time before he came along.
Yeah, but there are definitely people today who would look back at that and consider him a murderous villain, right? Like there are people who look at things very
Because of
simplistically.
the extraordinary mass executions that I was talking about earlier, yes, without a fucking doubt, there's a hell of a lot of people who think that he was a brutal murderer kind of guy. But I'm what I'm having umbrage with is villain, not murderous, but villain. I'm like I wouldn't classify him as that. I would essentially classify him at the time period when he was around. I would consider him the savior of Christian civilization.
Yeah. I mean, it's like how nowadays people call Christopher Columbus a racist, when back then concepts of race as they exist today weren't even thought about. Like
Right.
that's such a weird standard to try to hold him to. Now Christopher Columbus was a lot of things that are not desirable, but you try to apply modern day ethics and ethos to historic figures,
Whipsy.
and you end up with people who believe that, oh, Charlemagne killed a lot of people, therefore,
Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, nah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I agree. People are dumb. Whoa, whoa.
bubonic plague. That would harm. Shut a second. Yeah, that's another collection of people that Test left out. The North Korean dictators, Kim Jong, etc.
Yeah, because see, at the end of the day, a lot of the stuff that they did it just ends up confusing me in terms of their thought process.
Hmm.
Because when you say that, it's all like, well, maybe they just want to go with the more well-known people. So it's like, but then why did they choose a bunch of people who were part of the German cabinet during World War II that lots of folks wouldn't know who they were? For instance, you had no idea who Albert Speer or Karl Dönitz were. So I'm sitting there like, well, if they didn't want to include lesser known people, why would they include them? People know who fucking Kim Jong Il is.
Yeah.
And no one could say that he wasn't a murderous asshole, so I just don't understand the thought
Hmm.
process. What do I know? I'm just some guy.
Yeah. What about Vlad the Impaler? Maybe he's so old they figure nobody really knows.
Well, see, what's funny about him is that, especially because of vampire fantasy related stuff, he's remembered as definitely being a villain, like you were saying. But the reason that he did all that shit, where he'd impale people on spikes, he didn't do that to like crazy innocent people. He did that to an Ottoman Turkish army that tried to march into Wallachia, which was the territory that he ruled, because they were trying to turn that. By the way, to make things easier for you, that is a region that is modern day Romania,
Hmm.
part of modern day Romania.
Hmm.
So the the Ottomans were just conquering and expanding in every direction, so they wanted to conquer that area. So he was able to defeat a Turkish army as they were trying to expand into his territory. So he took the prisoners and he fucking impaled them on spikes. So then, when a Turkish diplomat came along and was demanding his surrender and all this, they saw the vast field of impaled Turks, and Vlad the Impaler said, "Hey, I'm going to do this to the next set of boys that you send in here, so fuck off." And Wallachia was an independent nation state for centuries afterward.
Hmm.
Let me see here. Yes, Vlad the Impaler ruled in the mid 1400s. And let me see here. I'm trying to see how long they were an independent nation state. Um, it should be stated that while they essentially offered fealty to other nations, the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire, they still remained an independent nation state. They were just a vassal state of either the Ottoman or the Russian empires, but they remained that way until the 1800s, and the only reason that changed is because they then became part of the newly formed nation of Romania. So Vlad the Impaler is the reason that Wallachia is even a thing that is remembered. But I mean, if you were the ruler of a nation that was in like the path of the Ottomans' expansion, after the sack of Constantinople, if you heard about what they fucking did, I don't think you'd be exactly willing to play nice with them either. Okay, I tabbed back in after a long time of being tabbed out, and the game's frozen for me. I think it's trying to load the progress that you've made. Yes, that's correct. It unfroze for me. But
We're all
yeah,
good.
shit's bonkers. Whoa. I'll help and do a little bit for a minute.
Oh,
Shit bag. Okay, the game crashed for me.
all right. Well, well, you should be able to
I
just
th-
come right back in.
I think it crashed. It might not have.
It shows you as being in the game on my end.
I don't know what's happening. I'm gonna tab out and tab back in. Okay, yeah, it just crashed for me. Am I still in?
No,
Okay, yeah. All right, good. Yeah, I'll come back in a minute.
almost 40% done.
Unstable floor, bathing in a pool of his own blood. My one and only choice was to leave. And leave this rotten place for good. An outcast, all alone. I'm a nomad without home.
Were you ever a fan of the Tomb Raider games?
Never played them.
Hmm. Okay.
Never played them. But thank you for reminding me of something I've wanted to do for fucking years. Every time I have the opportunity to, I keep forgetting.
Or jerk off to Lara Croft porn?
Oh, I forget to do that. No, very similar to Tomb Raider was the PS1 game for the Brendan Fraser film, The Mummy.
Okay.
And I remember I rented that from Blockbuster and played it a little bit when I was a kid, but I was way too stupid to understand how to actually do well in the game.
Hmm.
So I was a dumb kid. I was like, fuck, I don't know, 8.
Right.
So yeah, I just loaded that up into YouTube so that I can watch that long play later to see what that game was actually like.
Hmm.
To scratch an itch that is fucking 25 years old at this point.
Yeah.
God, I'm old.
When I was young, I had a demo for the original Tomb Raider game on my PC. It was like the second level, and I remember playing it. And at a certain point in the game, you would jump into the water and start swimming, and I could not figure out how to get out of the water once I was in the water. So I would dick around for a while, and then eventually I would just turn the game off. And I came back to the game a few years ago and played it on stream. And I played that level again, and getting out of the water was so easy. I do not understand why the hell I ever had any problem with it. Uh,
Yeah, you just feel like a lot of retroactive embarrassment because
yeah.
you're like, wow, was I really that fucking retarded as a kid?
It was not a lion or a tiger that would attack you. It was a bear. It was a grizzly bear would come out and attack you. It was not a lion or a tiger.
All right, I'm working on coming back in now. Sorry, I'm just trying to.
Another great example. Did you ever play Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight?
I played that one once, and I played Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast like a gazillion fucking times. I enjoyed that a lot more than Dark Forces.
Yeah, Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight, you get the lightsaber in level 4, so you're a Jedi for most of the game.
Yeah.
But I remember getting stuck on level 6 of that game and just not being able to figure it out. And then I came back to it when I was a teenager and immediately figured it out. And it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Nah, I had a similar problem when I played Jedi Knight 2 the first time. When I was a kid, I was really struggling too, so I used like cheats to level skip around to play around and do other stuff. And then I came back to it. I think I was in my 20s. I was on a nostalgia kick. I was playing that. Like, beat the whole fucking game really super easily. I was like, why did I think this was hard when I was a kid? Man, I feel really bad.
Like, you feel sick?
No, just got really sad all of a sudden.
I've had a little bit of that happening to me lately. For no particular reason, too. Annoying. Yeah, Santi, the Obi-Wan game on Xbox, I mean, in fairness, I don't know if it was a particularly good game. It was just kind of like it was I think it's like one of those so bad it's good games, basically, where like the things that made it kind of dumb actually made it funny as hell and entertaining. Like, I don't know if I would call it a good game, but it was certainly fun in its own way. It had this, I remember the lightsaber controls were really like weird. You use the joystick, and no game since has
Yeah,
actually tried to do that.
it wasn't weird. It was great.
Hmm. I wonder why no other game since has tried to do that. I mean, because there is something charming about it. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just very different compared to any other Star Wars game or any game with like sword-based combat.
Because when they were making Obi-Wan, they were really focused on trying to make a system that was really enjoyable and fun to play. Whereas for a lot of other Star Wars games, they're not focused on the sword swinging system. They're focused on making a lot of money, so trying to make things look cool. So usually doing a lot of stuff with the physics system and the force-based abilities. Sort of like how in Spider-Man games they just focus on the web swinging. It's like the easiest thing to market and something that the player will be doing often enough that if it's really good, then people will be confused into thinking that the game is good, even if it's awful, like every Spider-Man game that they've ever made.
What about Spider-Man 2, the GTA Spider-Man for the original Xbox and PS2? That game was cool.
um, the Spider-Man games that I liked were on the PS1. Spider-Man 1 and Spider-Man 2 on the PS1. Those were good.
I never played those.
Well,
Spider-Man
that's why I really enjoyed the that recent Donkey video that you showed me. Is like right at the end there was like a Spider-Man joke or something,
yeah.
and then he played the Spider-Man theme from those games for his
Hmm.
end credits. Really nice.
Today, okay, so today we're going to be playing The Last of Us Part 2. I'm sorry, I've just been informed by my audience that game is too woke.
See, it's funny because like I actually saw a shit fight in YouTube comments the other day talking about The Last of Us 2, and they were talking about how Abby is a car part, and they were like, "Oh my God, she's not. She's just super buff." And it's all like, well, it's kind of strange because the actual actress that they modeled that character off of, who was the motion capture actress and the inspiration for how the character actually fucking looked, was significantly less buff than that. So they decided to just butcher up a whole lot and make her very physically muscular, which was weird because it's not like the actual actress herself isn't muscular. They just decided to give her a lot of extra body mass, 3 times as much. Much the same way that that one character who's like remembered as being Ellie's love interest or whatever.
Oh,
But
the,
I think she was Middle Eastern looking or something.
yeah, but she was
Eh,
Jewish, which was
Oh,
part of the story.
well, there's two kinds of ethnic Jews out there. There's Khazar, uh, sorry, Ashkenazi, which is based on the Khazar region, which is a lot of your East European Jews and all this. And then there are Sephardic Jews, which are the Jews that are mentioned in the Bible that are Middle Eastern in origin.
Hmm.
So if she was Jewish and all that, that doesn't disqualify her from being Middle Eastern.
Right, right, right.
You could just
Yeah. Her name
Sephardic.
was Adina.
Anyway, the point is, because you know who I'm talking about, that the actual real life actress who is the inspiration for that character, the character was modeled off of, had very large breasts, and her character in the game is not.
Yeah.
It's a huge difference. It's like in real life, her character has double D's, and then in the game, she has A's. It's a humongous difference, and it's very strange why that choice would be made. Up until you think about the fact that if they actually modeled that character based off of how she actually is, people would complain about unrealistic body images and sexualization of the character for the male gaze and blah blah blah. Even though the character's supposed to be a lesbian and all that. and etc. Even though that's what the actual real life actress that the character is based off of fucking looks like.
Yeah.
So it's to meet people's expectations, which are themselves stupid and unrealistic and idiotic, which in and of itself is why people accuse the game of being woke. Why a character who is supposed to do masculine things, like being a great warrior, and suddenly has to have extraordinary amounts of muscle mass, even though it doesn't physically make sense for a woman because females have muscle mass in a very different way than males do.
Yeah.
The character's based off of isn't herself muscular, she's just muscular for a woman. However, being buffed to that extent, the only physical way that a woman can pull that off is through steroid usage, which is weird. Very, very weird.
I think that's still my favorite moment that you've ever been like, like on stream with me while not playing a multiplayer game. When I was playing Last of Us 2 and out of nowhere you were talking about Abby and you were just like, "Man, that woman's clit must be the size of a soda tab." Just out of nowhere.
Right! And that's because of exactly that kind of thing. It's like, man, in order to have that much muscle mass, she'd have to be juicing, and that's like the first thing that happens. When you start using that much testosterone, is the fucking thing swells up the size of a cucumber. Oh man.
Uh,
I mean, hey, if you don't mind seeing gross and not safe for work pictures, I could send you like a ton of shit right now. Just being like, yeah, this here's a woman who went on testosterone supplements because she needed to for a medical reason. She needed steroids for a medical reason, and then oh, look what happened. It was the first fucking thing that happened. It's 2 inches long now. Ugh.
yeah, I think the best moment ever that we've streamed together was still the time you got the Leatherface to down all
That
four of
was that
us.
was one of my favorites. It's like you I remember the scene from that anime with Captain Falcon where he does the Falcon punch and defeats the bad guy and the light explosion in the universe and all that kind of shit. You ever seen that one?
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
I swear to God, I heard that fucking music playing when I saw you guys opening the gate and the Leatherface was chasing me. I was like, this is the moment I've been waiting my whole life for. Oh man, that was absolutely outstanding.
In I know you haven't played the game and you're never going to for obvious reasons, but did you know there's like an actual like part of the story car part character in the game that is not Abby? Like Abby, they never say that she is, but there is actually a character. Like, were you aware of that subplot?
Oh, I did know that. Wow.
Okay, so in the second half of the game, there's a character that you run into when you're playing as Abby, who is born a female, but then she started shaving her head and wanted to be called by a male name, so she was disowned by her family because they were a religious cult that, wasn't going to be okay with that. So it was actually part of the story in an overt way as well. I feel like a lot of people don't actually know that because they only know about the obvious one.
I didn't know about that. That's a surprise.
Yeah. It kind of broke my heart because Abby, the voice actress for her, actually voices my favorite video game waifu ever. So it kind of broke my heart to have her voicing such a gross character.
Yeah, I know how you feel. Um, See, what bothers me the most about that character Abby and all the crazy shit that happened in The Last of Us 2 is reading interviews about the production of the game, where the fucking director of the game did some super bad shit, and this is one of the things that Donkey would actually brought up, in terms of we're gonna play Last of Us 2. Oh no, I'm told I'm not allowed to. Is that weird sex scene that occurred, that the one I was telling you to be wary of, and when you
Yeah.
actually had it, you're like, oh, that's not bad. That occurred in the game. The game director took the actress who Abby is based off of, and he basically acted that scene out With her, not when they were actually doing the mocaps. It was, let's just call it a dry run.
Oh
He was
boy.
like, "Yeah, here's how I want you to do this." He just used it as an excuse to dry hump the girl because he had like a huge crush on her and wanted to use his authority to be able to do some shit like that. So remember, this is also the guy who decided to butcher up and give her like a ton of extra muscle. So I'm like, I think that dude's like a closeted homo.
God. So this is like when Adam Sandler cast beautiful women to play his wife in movies,
Yes.
basically.
Very similar, where he waited until Selma Hayek was so old that she was no longer getting consistent movie role offers, and then he decided, hey, I'll pay her a ton of money to play my wife in the Grown Ups movies. I don't know who played his wife in Jack and Jill.
I know that I think in the Pixels movie, it was Bridget Monaghan or whatever her name is. I could be wrong, but it was
Bridget
somebody like that.
Moynihan.
Yeah, Bridget Moynihan. Thank you.
If I remember correctly, she wasn't his ex-wife, but she was Tom Brady's ex-girlfriend.
In real life, yeah, that's true. Chris, he's saying he saw it in like behind the scenes interviews about Last of Us 2. Obviously, it's not. That's not actually in the game. Like, I wonder if there's actually like any like footage of him dry humping this girl.
She was like, "Yeah, we like she wasn't referring to it as being like an assault or some kind of thing. I'm like, oh, that's a weird story. She was discussing the sex scene that went on. She was like, yeah, we went over that a couple of times. Me and the director, he informed me how he wanted the thing to go. So we went through it a couple of times without the motion capture suits on, so that I know what to expect and how to behave during how filming would actually go. She was saying some shit like that, and it's all like, gee, it doesn't take a fucking detective to see what's going on here. I mean, do you really need to be coaching somebody on how to have motion capture sex in a fucking video game?
Now I'm thinking about two people wearing those like body full body suits with like the ping pong balls on them while having intercourse.
Jack and Jill, Adam Sam. You said the other movie that you mentioned was Pixels.
Yeah.
Jack and Jill 2011 was Katie Holmes, which surprised me because I thought she was the wife in Click.
Oh yeah, Click. I forgot about that movie.
Must be thinking of another one. Click. Adam Sandler. Kate Beckinsale.
That is not
So it
a
was
bad body count.
Yeah, so it was Kate Beckinsale in Click. It was Katie Holmes in Jack and Jill. It was Selma Hayek in Grown Ups 1 and 2. And in Pixels, it was not Bridget Moynihan, it was Michelle Monaghan.
Gotcha.
Wait, I think.
I mean, I don't
Um,
think they were husband and wife. I think they were the love interest of the movie.
yeah, that was just the love interest. Was the character's name Violet Van Patten?
Yeah, that sounds right. I haven't seen the movie, but I've seen the Cinema Sins video for it.
From what I'm looking at here, that's like the only fucking female name.
Yeah.
So Michelle Monaghan, not exactly what I would consider to be a looker, but at the same time, that's probably just a recent picture, and she's fucking 46. The movie came out 8 years ago, so she would have been
38.
38. That's potentially not bad. I'll just see if I can find some better shots of her. Um,
He was the wife, I think, in Mission Impossible 3. That was 2006.
yes. Um, yeah.
Abby was so buff because her father got murdered, and for 4 years after that, she was in the gym every day training for her day to get revenge. I mean, the thing is, you
No.
still have to be eating protein.
See, here's. Oh, Jesus Christ. That might be whatever horseshit they came up with, but female bodies don't work that way. Could she have been in the gym for that long, working out that hard? Yeah. Look, uh, there are definitely female powerlifters out there who lift a hell of a lot of weight. Not much compared to male powerlifters who are at the top of their game. However, still a lot more than the average guy. But they're not buff in the same way that female bodybuilders are, because female bodybuilders are taking fucking steroids. They're not buff in the same way that Abby's character is, because that's not how the female body actually fucking works. If it was that easy for a woman to put on that kind of body mass, she would be essentially one of the most famous women in the world. Because every dude out there would be wanting to fucking talk to her. How the hell did you manage to fucking put that much goddamn body mass on when your body is producing estrogen and not testosterone? How'd you do it? The, I mean, it's just a video game, so
Yeah. But it's
that
a video game
explanation
that is
works
trying to
perfectly
be
fine.
grounded in reality, is the thing.
Right. So that explanation works perfectly fine, which is why I don't get mad at the video game for that. I'm just like, that's just dumb. But I don't want you to use that as an excuse for, well, it's because she was in blah, 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 because her father got murdered and she blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that might be what the game says, but that's not how it fucking works. So don't use that as an excuse in terms of trying to say something so that I'll suddenly like it better.
Yeah, it's like in
Feel
the
kind of-
original Final Fantasy VII. Tifa had a gigantic rack, like an inhumanly impossible gravity defying rack. And because it was a 32-bit game made in the mid to late 90s, and being realistic didn't matter that much. When they did the remake a couple years ago, they gave her a normal sized rack that a woman could actually have in the real world because they were trying to be more realistic. They wanted something that could actually correlate to the real world. It's that kind of stuff. Like when you're making a movie that is a fairy tale, you can have ridiculous happenstance happen and it's fine because it's a fairy tale. But if you're trying to make a movie that is grounded in reality and you do those things, it's not going to work as well.
Right.
Mhm. I will be right back. I need to move my laundry around.
Yeah, no problem.
Be right back, guys. Okay, we are back. Who the hell spells tire Tyre? Who the hell does that? No, I just got the text messages from Laura Croft in game, like pretending that like she's giving me updates on random little factoids about the mansion and the, you know, um obstacle course while I'm cleaning. She just texted me like, Winston must have gotten sick of how many tire marks I left around the place for my motorcycle. But she spelled tire Tyre.
Yes, I believe that, and I think Laura Croft is British.
Yeah, she is. Huh. I'm used to them using like the extra U that we don't use in some words like color and labor, but tire I didn't know was a thing.
Thrillable.
You have entered Power Drive. Where would you even get steroids in the apocalypse? Maybe they would be easier to get actually, because there would only be so many people that would be care about something like that in an apocalypse. So you just raid the local GNC store. I don't know. I imagine most people wouldn't want to do steroids during the apocalypse.
Yeah, because if you didn't know what the fuck you were doing, you'd very easily fuck yourself up beyond saving, considering medicine is basically non-existent.
Like, I remember my previous dog that we had a long time ago. Well, actually, well, not a long time ago, but a while ago. When she got to like 12 or 13 years old, she basically couldn't use one of her front legs at all. She was basically a tripod. And we tried a bunch of different medical solutions from the veterinarian to fix it, and nothing worked. I remember one of them was steroids, giving her steroids, and all it did was make her hungry all the time. She never wanted to stop eating. And when she didn't have food, she would just demand food. It didn't fix the problem, but she just wanted to eat all the time, so we obviously couldn't keep doing that. So I would assume that, I mean, do human steroids do something kind of similar?
Yes, because it depends on the steroid specifically. But if you're looking to increase muscle mass, yeah, of course it's going to make you fucking hungry because your body is using up a ton of energy and resources to create that muscle mass. So it wants to both have more energy and nutrients to be able to continue that and to also maintain the muscle mass you've already created.
Right. The funny thing was, our ultimate solution was just to give her ibuprofen. We gave her ibuprofen for like a year and a half with no problems. It completely fixed her leg, and she had no issues for a year and a half. Just like regular Costco bought ibuprofen. The vet kept trying to give us all this expensive, special made specifically for dog shit. None of it worked at all. 1 second. May I suggest Feather Touch?
Power drive. Ridge mount.
Ridge Racer. Giant enemy crab. $599 US. Did you hear about the controversy about the IRL driving streamers on Twitch?
No, what happened now?
Well, basically, there are these people who stream on Twitch from their phone, while driving, and like they're, distracted driving. And I guess some woman who had developed, a pretty big following, ran over a dog while doing it.
Oh no.
Now, the dog apparently survived and is actually okay, but she got banned very quickly after that happened. But that's a new thing happening, I guess.
For some reason, people worship dogs pretty significantly. So, yeah, she's probably hating life right now.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. I saw the Arab Andy video you were telling me about. I looked it up. He actually thought. I think he might have been faking it, but I think he actually thought he wasn't going to get in trouble because it wasn't his voice.
That's what happens when you take someone who actually has mental illnesses and developmental disrupting autism, and fucking people do that shit.
Yeah.
Just asking for trouble.
And the whole stream was people yelling at him like, run away, get out of there now. The cops are coming. You're fucked. Get out of there." And he's like
Yeah.
completely ignoring it. He seems to think he's going to be okay. It's so
Yeah.
fucking weird.
Right, he was just laughing. It's like, this is really funny, guys. This is great content. And it's all like, what's great content is going to be when you're fucking in a cell with Purple Aki.
Apparently, he didn't actually go to jail, but he had to pay a $75,000 fine and agree to never make content on the internet again.
Yeah. I wish that would happen to a lot of people, actually.
Which, for somebody like him, is probably the worst punishment imaginable. He probably would rather go to jail because at least when he gets out, he can make content again, and that's probably all he knows how to do.
Uh, yeah, you just feel bad for the internet has done to some people.
It's like the Tonya Harding movie they made a few years ago after she's found guilty of, conspiracy to, injure Nancy Kerrigan. Part of her sentence is she can never competitively ice skate again. And she actually says, like, I'd rather go to jail and be allowed to skate again because skating is my life.
Life comes at you fast.
Chris says, "Can you tell the background on that story? I never heard it." Okay, so this guy on a YouTuber named Arab Andy went on a college campus. It's actually the UW campus up in Seattle, so not that far away from me. He wasn't enrolled as a student or anything. He just went on campus, went into a classroom, and he had a speaker on his jacket that was attached to a TTS tip service where people watching the stream could tip him and get an audio clip to play on stream, and it would come out the speakers. So somebody tipped and made it play the audio clip from, I think, Counter Strike that says like C4 has been planted, detonation in 30 seconds. And when that happened, of course, everybody in the classroom just bolts out of there. Someone pulls the fire alarm.
All hell breaks loose.
Yeah. And he just stands around laughing about it. He thinks it's going to be fine. And then the cops get there, and no, it's not fine. The thing is, Arab Andy is ripping off Asian Andy, who does the same stuff. And I guess his audience isn't quite as cruel. I don't know. Like, he'll go into supermarkets with a speaker set up with TTS.
But like, all this stuff is just coming back from the fucking alpha cunt who really should have been the one who should have been fucking publicly forced an illegal settlement to never make content on the internet again, is that fucking goblin Ice Poseidon.
Yeah, I wonder if he is dead, honestly.
I fucking hope he is. I'm gonna Google right now. Is Ice Poseidon finally dead? May Allah visit dark hours and disaster upon him.
It was actually a $4.20 donation, Chris, if I recall correctly.
No, unfortunately, he's still active. He was banned off of Twitch for being swatted off of an airplane at Phoenix Airport after a viewer called in a bomb threat under his name. Following several years of streaming on YouTube, Ice Poseidon moved to Mixer, only for the streaming platform to shut down in July 2020. He then returned to streaming on YouTube and continues streaming regularly as of June 2021.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, this was fairly recent. On November 19th, 2022, Ice Poseidon made his professional boxing debut against Brandon Buckingham at the Moody Center in Austin, Texas. He got his ass kicked. First round knockout. Wow. 47 seconds into the fight, first round KO.
jeez. That sounds like me trying to do it, man.
Yeah, he got fucking. Yikes.
Mhm. Well, the thing about Arab Andy is that he didn't think he was going to get in any trouble. He thought it was
Yes.
just going to be like a meme.
Yes. Yes. Thank Christ. Dude, the reason this happened is because Brandon Buckingham was training with Sam Hyde. Yes.
Wow. That's fucking great.
That is fucking outstanding.
Yeah, I liked Ant-Man a little more than I thought I would. It's not great, but it works fairly well, I think. I know it has like the worst reviews of any Marvel movie to date, but I don't know. I liked it better than the last Ant-Man. I liked it better than Black Widow. I liked it better than Captain
Yeah.
Marvel. Like I
As
thought it
as
was
far as
okay.
as far as superhero movies in general are considered, they're trending down.
Hmm.
We're going to start to see a lot less of them and a lot lower quality until eventually the genre just completely dies and then they stop. Then it'll end up being like westerns, where we'll still get one every now and again, and it'll be like an absolute fucking masterpiece. But people aren't really going to be trying to do them anymore. They're not going to be the cash in big time money makers that they're viewed as being right now. Um, I liked the Ant Man movies. They ended up being some of my favorites in the Marvel uh, universe.
Yeah,
So I imagine that I would end up liking this new one. If it's on a streaming service, I'll watch it. But I'm not going to the movies no more.
yeah.
Uh, you want to know how much a ticket is at my local theater?
Mm. Is it up to
One-
$20 yet?
$28 for one adult.
How much?
28.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot more than even me. Wow. Okay.
I was like, you know what? Between that and a large bucket of popcorn's like fucking $15. I'm like, you know what?
I heard in intense fighting scenes they would be cracking jokes and laughing while their team members died around them. I don't remember that. I don't think that happened. I mean,
They
that is a
died?
problem in like Avengers movies. Like Joss Whedon does that shit, but I don't think that was the case in this movie. Like that's what they fucking did in Rise of Skywalker too. Like what was it? Finn and Poe think they're about to get executed and they're still like doing like dumb jokes while they're waiting to get executed. It's so fucking weird how incompetently made that film was. I could have understood it being bad, but it being that incompetently made boggles the mind.
They're acting like Gungan Andy.
Fucking Andy. But I mean, the thing is, these people like Asian Andy think that when they do stuff like that, they're going to get a ton of it. They're going to get a ton of attention. They're going to be like, there are going to be a bunch of posts on Reddit like, "Did you see what this guy did?" And then a bunch of people will see the post and they'll sub to him.
Right.
They think it's going to launch their career, so they don't really
Right.
think about it in terms of like, "Oh, the $2 donation that made me play that dumb clip. I didn't just make $2 off of that. I made thousands because it blew up my channel."
Didn't just make $2 off of that. I ruined my life for that. Oh man. Yeah, that's the unfortunate part about shit like that is that it legitimately it didn't just monetize, it drastically monetized being a cunt, being an attention-seeking sack of shit.
Surprised Asian Andy hasn't gotten in trouble like that yet. It seems like the guys who donate to him are a little nicer. Like the worst thing I ever saw happen to Asian Andy was when he was in a supermarket and somebody donated to play Moon Man. Which I don't even know if you would actually get like arrested for. You would probably just get kicked out.
Yeah, if you lived in a country that had hate speech laws, and for
Mhm.
using a racial slur, you'd probably be arrested. But in general, in businesses like that, fucking, I've had to deal with that a couple of times. Someone starts going on some insane megalomaniacal racist rant. I'm like, okay, buddy. So what you do is you just now you consider the person to be trespassing because you say, hey, if you're gonna be acting like that, get the fuck out of here.
Ooh,
And if they don't, then you could call them a trespasser and then wait for the cops to show up. They're not going to arrest them for going on a racist rant. They're going to arrest them for trespassing because you told them to leave after they did that.
huh, interesting. Okay, hold on one second here. So I have Lara Croft's Jeep and Motorboat. If I click Start Job, it says this job is an add-on. Any players who do not have this job will be kicked from the session. But
Well, I have it, so you don't need to worry. However,
okay.
it is 1 a.m.
Well, this one's small, and also I took a long nap today, so I'm not tired yet. So if you want to do it, I can, unless you're tired, I'm totally willing to do it. It's up to you.
It's not that I'm tired. I just
All right.
got work tomorrow.
I just looked at the Arab Andy video. He legit looks autistic like he has. Well, he definitely has a screw loose. Anybody who would do something like
Yeah.
that has a screw loose. Even I wouldn't do that. Like, I'm much smaller than Arab Andy was when he did that. And I would still expect at least one person to decide to do something to get me in trouble like that. All it takes is one person with $2 and my life is ruined. Because, again, like this guy literally had to pay a $75,000 fine and had to agree to never do video internet content ever again. That was the deal he made. So his career's over and he probably has no skills, right? Like what else is he going to do with his life?
And that's the really sad thing is that he would have had the opportunity to increase his skill set and give himself an opportunity to do something with his life. However, even if he worked hard to overcome all that shit now, anytime his name gets Googled, what's gonna pop up?
Mhm. Right.
That shit. So now, they're gonna sit there and be like, wow, you have a really awful decision making process. We're not sure if we want you around.
Yeah, it's like if Eshawn Howard ever tried to get a job and someone Googled it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Howard. Given your record, we're unable to recommend that you get hired on to work at this preschool.
Could you imagine someone Googling him after interviewing him and being like, what the hell? Oh,
No, Googling him. What would be even better would be if the hiring director was somebody like Rabbit who knew about the whole fucking thing. And what they did is instead they let him come in for the interview, and what they do is they'd use the still from that fucking To Catch a Predator episode
yeah.
where, as he's being fucking arrested and he's like crying and shit and being dragged off in handcuffs. That's what the picture would be on the fucking shirt. And he'd be like, "Hello, Mr. Howard. It's nice to meet you."
Oh, is Sean Howard? That's an inside. That's a little bit of an inside joke with me and Snacks. Basically, there was this guy who posted on a couple of boards on game FAQs that me and Snacks used to go on. Like I think he was an NFL board poster, and then
Yes,
he
he
ended
was the
up
guy that invented the quality dong copy pasta.
yeah, and then we ended up spotting him on a To Catch a Predator episode when he was trying to hook up with a what was it like a 9-year-old girl.
No, I think because he was in his early 20s at the time, and the girl was supposed to be either 14 or 15, and he claimed that he was there for the mom because she was supposed, but it was all like, no, dude, so like it's not as bad as if she was like actually a little kid would have been fucking horrifying, but still illegal and not right. So,
Mm-hmm.
but
Santi, if you go to the Discord, his mugshot is one of the React pictures. I think if you go to, I think it's the NFLB Discord. One of the React pictures is his mugshot.
oh man, well now I have to send Sandy that fucking video. Let me see if I can find it.
I mean, we weren't personal friends with him, but yeah, he was on the message board and we posted in the same topics and stuff. And then one day he just showed up on To Catch a Predator. No, 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 not my Discord. Not my Discord. It's another Discord that Santi's in.
Oh man, that'd be hilarious.
No, it would make no sense in my Discord because only me and Snacks would know what the hell it is.
Yeah, people would wonder, is that Washi? Ah, yes.
Yeah. I don't know if it was actually To Catch a Predator that he was on, but it was one of those, predator poaching shows.
Yeah.
I never messaged him after we saw him on TV. I don't know if anybody ever tried to get in contact with him after that. That would be fucking hilarious. Like one day he just shows up on GameFAQs again and he's like, "Hey guys."
Oh man, that would have been absolute fucking top shelf
I have
content
heard
right there.
rumors that the people who are on those shows, the To Catch a Predator shows, often don't get prosecuted, but that might just be a rumor.
Yeah, I don't think that that's true because the reason they stopped doing To Catch a Predator specifically is because some guy killed himself when he saw Chris Hansen. That was why South Park ended up doing the thing that made fun of it. Do you remember that one?
Uh, yes, I do. Oh, okay. So Ishan Howard lives in Tampa, right? I think I just found his sex offender profile.
He, I don't know if he's still there, but he was in Florida at the time that it happened. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That was why it was easy to find him, is because Florida has a big database of that. That's where the Florida Man meme comes from. Is that Florida's the most open state in the country when it comes to discussing um, criminal activities like that. In other states, they'll keep that kind of thing more quiet
Mhm.
to where like it doesn't become news and shit like that. So that's why people think that the folks in Florida are fucking crazy. The truth is, people are fucking crazy literally all over the place. It's just Florida shines a light on that kind of thing. So people and neither of them scored. I
I just Googled Ishan Howard and that topic came up. Okay.
fucking legend. Saquon's just there for the ant. Oh man,
Oh,
that
okay,
is.
here we go. Okay, here we go. Here's the article I found that I believe has the original arrest. I just posted it in the Twitch chat as well. If you search Howard in that article, you'll see Ishan Howard, University of South Florida student Ishan Howard 20. So I believe that's correct. No,
God, diddly damn.
okay, the thing that's funny is that I found a topic on the forum that we used to go on. So it's like 3 years old. It's from a game where like Saquon Barkley ran for negative yards. Somebody made a topic that said Ishan Howard ran for more yards than Saquon Barkley today, and
With
it
zero O line help and three defenders trying to take him down. Oh yeah, that was pretty funny too. He's listed on the sex offender registry as being white.
yeah, he's not white. How did that happen?
That dude's darker than fucking a poo.
No, you don't. There's nothing to be scared about clicking that link. It's just a news article about the arrest. There's like nothing sketchy about it. It's literally just a news story.
Ah shit. The video's private, but in that fucking thread that you posted, somebody posted the arrest video that we've all seen. But the video's private now, so you can't watch it. But that, oh man, that would have been fucking great.
Trying to find the original mugshot. Found a mugshot, but it's not the mugshot that became the react in the Discord. Yeah, wasn't his name on GameFAQs like Maijin or something?
I'll be able to find it pretty quick. Eli Manning's quality dong.
Uh,
Okay, so I find a thread from fucking 2012, and Frog posts, "Is this the season Eli's quality dong doesn't extinguish my team's defense? I hope so, but at least we know Rat and Mayan will never win in January." So then this one Frog ends up saying, "I can't wait to give it to Majin one day. If we're here 5 years from now, the Sig will probably still be bet on." Then another guy comes in. He says, "Did Majin die or something? I don't think I've seen him post for a few months." And then Mark CSII, like that guy, Boston sports fan. He pops in and he posts the fucking thread that everyone was talking about him being arrested. He's like, "Oh,
what drives a person to do something like that, man?
so yeah, it was like it was Majin something."
Mm-hmm. What do you think of this QB hire? What's your gut tell you? I kind of feel like it's trending that way too, because apparently Daniel Jones is now trying to get 45 million. If Daniel Jones gets 45 million, Gino's probably going to want 50. So I'm starting to kind of feel like it's not happening. It's just the market went crazy. I was hoping this was the year when the market would calm down. It's going the other way. So I'm starting to kind of feel like that's the way things are going too. But more for that reason than the QB coach.
Oh man, this is great. Guy posted a thread. He's all like, "Where'd the whole quality dawn phrase come from? How did that start?" Second post, free Eshawn Howard.
Mm. By the way,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
So
exit out of the game. By the way, since I
oh,
guess we're done for the day, just so you know.
okay.
Mhm.
All right. Yeah. No problem. I will do the same. So yeah. The girl was 14.
14. Okay, could be worse, I guess. Man,
It's legal in Mexico. Nah. Yeah. That's some
it's
seriously fucked
legal in
up shit.
Japan.
Is it?
Yeah, the age of consent in Japan is 13.
Well, konnichiwa. I mean. Nah.
Age of consent in the Philippines is 12. Wow,
Bruh.
that's that's disgusting. I did hear about the John Kitna thing. See, I've always said that if America ever fell apart, or, I decided I didn't want to live in America anymore for one reason or another, the country I would probably want to go to would be the Philippines. But now people are going to think the wrong things when I say that. They're going to think I'm moving there for other reasons. That's not good.
Yeah. I picked Latin America a long time ago because that gives a very large amount of. The only countries I'd have to stay away from then would be the ones that speak Portuguese, which is just like Brazil.
Yeah.
All the other ones speak Spanish, should be fine. I hate my fucking job, dude. Fuck my job. I hate my whole fucking life.
I mean, the Philippines, the cost of living is really cheap. Like, literally, I had a friend over in the Philippines who when she first got out of college and started working in, I think, internet security or whatever. I think cybersecurity, yeah. She was
Mhm.
basically making the equivalent of like $2 an hour and was happy about it because of how cheap cost of living is over there.
Yeah.
So like you transfer my American dollars to Philippine dollars, I can live like a king. I think the place is fairly Americanized because my Filipino friend is always telling me, "Oh, there's a McDonald's on every street corner. We have all the American foods." It's not like I would go there and have to start eating squid or something.
Yeah. It's pretty similar in certain Latin American countries. Yeah.
Seems like they have a bit of an obesity problem over there in the Philippines too, so I would probably be one of the better looking males by default without even having to try that hard.
How tall are you again, Joker?
5'10".
You would be way taller than the average guy over there.
Mm-hmm.
The average Filipino male is a total fucking man. Let me see. Yeah, the average male height in the Philippines is 5'4". That's the average.
Yeah.
Now, given that I'm light skinned and 6 foot tall and fairly muscular, I would probably slay in the Philippines.
Average woman in the Philippines is 4'10". Wow.
Isn't 4'10" like the cutoff for being a dwarf?
Huh. What is Yes, 4 feet 10 inches or less. So the Philippines, the age of consent is 12, and the average woman is 4'10". That's disgusting. Wow, okay. This is getting worse and worse by the second.
Yeah.
Yikes. Anyway,
You know what's really funny is I was reading an article the other day that was talking about in order to address Japan's uh, catastrophically low birth rate, they
hmm
have considered introducing a new form of visa, which will be termed the breeder's visa, which is literally just come to Japan so that you can impregnate our women and then leave.
I just did a Google search for Miss Philippine, Miss Philippines, or Miss
Mm-hmm.
Filipino, or whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad, not bad. I'm not against it.
Look at her too, 2022.
They did 2020.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. She doesn't really look Filipino.
Yeah, she looks. Hmm. She looks more like Asian.
What I'm gonna do instead of looking at the winner is I'm gonna look at the contestants.
hmm
Miss Philippines contestants. Okay, that helped a lot. A number of these actually look Filipino. A large number of these look better to me than the one that actually won.
That happens sometimes.
I know it's a contest that, like a lot of other things go into. We're just looking at faces, haven't even seen bodies, but whatever.
You just made me think of that woman in that beauty pageant who was asked, 4 out of 5 grade school students can't point out Iraq on a map. What should we do about this? Do you remember that one?
Yeah, and then she said the Iraq and was
Yeah,
just going on and on.
yeah. She
And I
couldn't. Yeah,
I remember she was given an interview, was talking about the whole thing, and what happened is that obviously she's nervous because of the pressure in the stage and everything, but she felt confident at first when she was giving that answer. She lost her train of thought,
Polls have
but she
shown a
tried to
fifth of
keep going because she
Americans
didn't
can't
want to
vote.
just have silence.
right.
And that's when she stumbled and said the Iraq. And then as soon as it came out of her mouth, she realized that was one of the stupidest things that she had ever said in her life. And she was like, and everything just fell apart from there. At that point, I just panicked and it just got worse
Yeah,
and worse. And I'm like, you fucking poor girl.
yeah. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. Anyway, that was a lot of fun. I'll back at it tomorrow. Everyone have a good rest of your night.